on to your butt, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
Hey guys, how's it? What the hell? How'd you get over there? What? Alright, I'm confused. I'm terribly confused by what the hell's going on right now. Hang on, I gotta turn my monitor up. Can you hear me? Is my voice actually coming through? It was really quiet there for just a second. Oh, Coral! Oh, Coral, thank you so much for the Tier 2! Tier 2? I gotta get you a Tier 2 emote, my man. Yeah, it was a stupid joke. I moved my monitor and the camera's up here now. So, you know, a little quiet. The music is drowning me out. Alright, hang on, I unplugged literally everything. Is that a little bit better? I unplugged literally everything over the course of the last day or so, and, I mean, completely gutted. Like, I was getting this set up in the minutes prior to hitting go. So, there might be a couple of itty-bitty hiccups today. It's entirely possible. But I can see, like, I'm looking directly at my monitor now without having to turn my head all the way to the side, and I can see chat without having to have a second monitor. It's pretty nice. Captain Zodabeard, Kursala, Vergadarung, Oh Coral with the Tier 2 subscription. Thank you so much for that, Oh Coral. Yeah, we're gonna have to get, I contacted the person who did my emotes about doing a couple more, and we've got a pretty good one for Tier 2 that should be coming up here pretty soon. And once I get it, I'll get it submitted. And then there will be specials for Tier 2 subscription. Lord Hethrier, good to see ya. Vandal Noir, hey, my favorite Twitch thought, that's... What's an H word? I can't think of... I'm not a walking thesaurus, guys. You expect me to just be able to come up with jokes on the fly? I can't do that. I can't think on my feet like it all. I'm terrible. Comes nicely into my eye holsters. I don't know what that means, but I like it, you know? I look a little yellow and my camera is twisted slightly. We're talking about this one? See, now that one's not twisted. I probably do look a little yellow. You know, I can probably fix that. Hang on. Everything got unplugged and replugged, and Logitech is just such a quality company that none of their cameras retain any of my settings from one use to another. Let's see, configure video. Let's pull you up and see if I can't look a little less yellow. You know, I'm sure we could do that. Alright, let's see. What do we want? We want to adjust our white balance, probably, for something a little cooler. Oh, now I look real yellow. Oh, less yellow. How's that? Do I look like a human now, or do I look like a walking pile of jaundice? Yeah, there's a whole lot more light, just in general. Up the saturation. I don't know. What do these buttons even do? Whoa! Whoa! Okay, back down. I should stop. Zombie undead. Look like you smoke a carton a day. What's up, Steiner Miniatures? No, I'm not gonna do that. We're not playing that game. How's that? Is that better? Do I look human? I can't tell. I know this monitor's a little funny also. Yeah, I was a little Homer Simpson. That's actually just the color of my skin. I'm also known as that yellow bastard to my friends. I listen with my eyes and see with my ears today. That's what happens when you have a bowl of Zinchios in the morning. Oh, exactly as planned. I was about to say, is Thunderhead streaming? I am. Hey, what's up, Arkudaki? Motherfucker. Oh my god, it's your birthday today, Roland. Today? Why didn't you remind me? You should have. You should have reminded me. I would have done a thing. I mean, maybe you did. It's entirely possible. Jack, could we get a big happy birthday for our man, Roland HG? Yes, you know, as soon as you say that, I'm like, he has actually. He has, in fact, reminded me, and I'm just a terrible person. I'm just awful. Roland, I'm sorry about that, man. But happy birthday, dude. The big 4-0. I hope you're having a good one, even if you're not terribly happy about the number. You getting to relax today, at least? Oh, you're at work. You're at work and it's your 4th. Jesus, man. It's a hell of a combination, isn't it? Arkudaki, mine was yesterday. Well, technically today. Why would you say it's yesterday if it's technically today? Did you just celebrate it yesterday? Arkudaki, happy birthday for you as well. How do we have so many birthdays? It's like everybody has a birthday or something like that. That's weird. That can't be. I know. Like, as soon as you guys said that, I feel bad now because he has reminded me on multiple occasions. And, I've just been so focused on my own shit. And it was sitting in my head like, I know Roland's birthday is coming up pretty soon. But you know what I didn't do was check the specific day before we went on today. I'm sorry about that, Roland. Oh, and I'm working all weekend. Well, that's your birthday gift from 2020. And the way that it goes in general is you get to work on your birthday and for several days afterward. I hope you're not working Sunday. Well, you said you're working all weekend, so you're probably working Sunday. We'll see what we can do about busting out your Thunderhead Stables Battle Mech here pretty soon. Yeah. Maybe this weekend. Maybe early next week. That could be fun, Roland. I want to make sure that you're going to be here for that one, though. If you're not going to be here Sunday, I won't do it Sunday. If you'll be free Tuesday, we'll do it Tuesday. Yes, today both Model and STL are going to give you self-aggrandizing horn tooting. The tooting of one's own horn, because it's all stuff that I have made. Why are you designing stuff to put on Thingiverse? You can make so much cash off my baby brother seeing his legions. A couple things. I'm putting a few things on Thingiverse, and they're mostly things that are either learning projects or, like these bikes, are designed to go with... Like, I couldn't sell these bikes. Because to make these bikes work, you have to also purchase the speeder bikes from FFG and then put the scout bikers from FFG onto these other speeder bikes. So I don't see how I could legitimately sell that. Now, if I can make a scout trooper that fits specifically on these bikes, which I'm planning to do, then I'll release that file for sale as a completely contained unit. The Imperial Troop Transport, it was a simple project, it was a learning project, and I like to have a few things up available for free. Same thing with some of this terrain. Like, it's not difficult to make, and I was making it anyway. So I'm going to make it available for free. The Imperial Sentry Droid I am going to put up for sale. I'm doing a whole handful of different poses for the Sentry Droid, so that you can have at least 4 standard with 1 leader, and then 1 special weapons guy, and 1... Basically, I'm doing all the attachments you can do for Imperial Death Troopers and Legion in Imperial Sentry Droids. Speaking of which, this print came out... Oh, I'm going to punch my microphone a whole lot today. I hope you guys don't mind that. It should be fun. This print came out pretty good, I thought. Now, he needs to have his proportions adjusted somewhat. The weapon needs to be made larger. The shoulder pads, I realized, it was mentioned that there's an episode later on in the series where Thrawn is sparring with some of these guys, and you get much, much better close looks at them. So I went to that episode and I looked and I realized, oh no, I fudged up the shoulder pads a little bit. So I scrapped the shoulder pads and I completely redesigned them. I made the facial details a lot more pronounced, and I increased the size overall because I was also looking at that episode and realizing that a normal person only comes up to about the tip of the shoulder pad on these guys. You have to forgive me today. I'm probably going to go off camera a number of times because I'm not used to this angle at all. I'm going to wind up having to adjust it. You see down here, I've got some elbow pads from elbows now. I'm going to try not to get paint on them, even though I'm almost guaranteed to do so. But yeah, I've got another version of this guy printing now that is significantly taller. The weapon is bulkier. The shoulder pads have been changed. I think it's going to be the one. And then I got to do a couple more poses. His backpack didn't get supported properly, so it didn't print. It printed flat. That made me sad. Extort the piss out of that baby bastard. I'll extort him a little bit. A little bit of extortion. A little friendly extortion. You know how that goes. Come on, Pretzel, you have to actually play music. Is that from Rebels? Vandal Noir it is. This was the Imperial Sentry Droid from the episode Season 2 or 3, I can't remember, the Winkathu job. And then they showed them again in Season 4 as droids that Thrawn was using to spar with. And that's the one where you can see they're, like, really a lot taller than people are supposed to be. Than people are supposed to be? That doesn't make any sense. Words. I died this morning seeing an Iron Warrior Saxophone Marine Iron Warrior Saxophone Marine? Wouldn't that be like Emperor's Children? I think the Iron Warriors were Slaneshi. I'm not saying that you're wrong. It just seems like a bit of a mismatch, doesn't it? Only one model I don't trust myself to paint in my minis. Silver Commissar Yarick. Is that a classic one? The old metal one? Those were good minis, man. Every time I was getting in on with my girlfriend when we were younger, he would rat me out, extort it. Oh, I'll take all his money then, Vandal. If that's the case, yeah, I'll take all the money I can get out of him. That's no problem. No, Roland, you're thinking of the Iron Fists? The Iron Warriors are Chaos. Yeah, Noise Marines are Emperor's Children. Iron Hands. Yeah, I knew it was one. It's a hand, it's a fist. It's, you know, a hand becomes a fist in 40k. Everything's grim dark. Don't ask me. Iron Warriors are the ones who are all iron within, iron without. Blah, 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 blah. That's what they sound like. That's actually the official rallying call of the Iron Warriors. Is rabble, 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 rabble. So, today I'm going to be working a little bit on these here Scout Troopers. These are the actual ones that FFG makes because I'm just like, you know, guys, I'm going to try my hand at making some Scout Troopers to actually ride on my speeder bikes in the style that they were in Rebels. These guys were in Rebels, but there was another helmet that they also wore. I'm just not super confident with the smooth lines and fabric and stuff as far as 3D design goes yet. With the hard surface stuff, I'm much more confident. With this stuff, I am less confident, but I'll get that done at some point. In the short term, I'm using those ones from the official FFG set, and just I made a different speeder bike for them to go on, which this is the one from Rebels, and this is based on Joe Johnston concept art for the Star Wars from 1979. I believe the original art was done. Iron Warriors are the bad guys. Yes, they are in fact the bad guys. With the Primarch Ferrus Manus, meaning Iron Hand. Yeah, it's really very clever stuff. What's your name? Iron Hand. What are you going to call your guys? Iron Hands, I suppose. He didn't breed them to be creative. He bred them to be like 20 feet tall and jerks. So yeah, we have a whole new camera angle today. We have a completely new light arch. That one I've been talking about, I actually got it printed. It's here. It is so much larger than my old one. Like, I can reach above my head. I can reach to the sides without striking it. I can fit my monitor here. I'm really excited
about it. Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
God, that's such a terrible joke. Like, every single time that plays, I'm like, God, I hope nobody judges me for allowing that to play. I still look yellow, don't I? Maybe I've got jaundice.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's nice. It's pretty efficient, really. So, what are we doing today, Pretzel? Are we playing for a moment and then stopping? I'm going to restart. I'm going to restart Pretzel. This can't be a thing that is allowed to happen. Work with me here, man. Alright, it's playing again. That can work. Model one of the Scout Troopers punching a baby. Roland, I like where your head's at, and honestly, I would like to. I want to make the Jason Sudeikis edition Scout Biker, where he's got like a little satchel and there's a little baby hand peeking out of it, and he's just like punching it. You know, that was the best scene in The Mandalorian, was the baby Yoda getting smacked by a Scout Trooper. What does that say about me? I don't know. Probably nothing good. That's why Ferrus died first, because he was unoriginal with naming and planning. Who was it that killed Ferrus Manus? Wasn't it Pretty Boy, can't remember his name. The guy who turned into like half-snake demon lord. Unfollow. Iberben. You'll be missed, man. Fulgrim, thank you. Yeah, Fulgrim, who like grew a bunch of extra arms and a snake body and brushed his hair out real long. Oh, I should get my glove ready. I gotta do a little bit of rearranging. A little bit of rearranging and we'll get painting. Big idea. Must read. Well, I'm not even going to read it now. You and Flav should kickstart a G.I. Joe Legion-style game. I feel like we'd be sued for that. Never wanted to purge more than when I saw Baby Yoda get punched. Was straight up like, well, guess it's time for blood for the blood. I thought that scene was funny. I thought that whole scene with... Because you know that one's the scout trooper who did most of the talking there. The one who was punching the Baby Yoda. Who was like, did you not hear on the radio that he just killed 12 of his own guys? He did that to send a message. Do you get that message? Because I got that message. That was Jason Sudeikis. We'll get the license for it. Yeah, I'll get all over that. Was there a clone? There was a clone of Fulgrim? I didn't know that. I stopped reading those books like a long time ago at this point. I can remember the particular book. What was the one that was... It was like about a team of assassins. I know that there are like 30 or so of the... what are they called now? Horus Heresy books. There's a bunch of those books. And I read through them until I got to the one that was like about a team of assassins going on a mission. And I know, they're all written by different people, so they tend to be of like wildly different quality, but that one just turned me off even continue with the series. It had nothing to do with anything, like at all. And it was so badly written. It was like Power Rangers. It was really, it reminded me of like a Power Rangers Super Sentai team. They're all like, I bring this skill and I bring that skill, and we become friends as we learn how to kill people. Like, what the fuck am I reading? I guess the real assassination were the friends we made along the way. Alright, what am I painting? What am I doing? I should have some white paint out. That's what I'm going to be using, right? They're making a TV Eisenhorn, can't wait. Yeah, I saw that! They really, I feel like they missed an opportunity to make that, like, 15 years ago and cast Michael Ironside as Eisenhorn. But seeing as how that's wildly unrealistic and never going to happen, I'm interested to see who they do cast as Eisenhorn. I want to know who they cast as Midas Betancourt. I always liked him. I always thought Midas Betancourt was a cool character. Him and his daughter, who we get more of his daughter over the entire course. Yeah, we should. We should reserve our expectations. I'm trying not to have expectations for anything these days, because so many things have... And there have been so many unexpected successes, too. Guys, I don't know if you've heard this. Well, it's going around. It's going around on Twitter, and I'm not going to say whether it's true or not. All I know is that there are a lot of people, like 12 to 14 women now on Twitter reporting that Cass Anvar is being variously rated from creepy to sexual assaulty. Cass Anvar from The Expanse. I don't know if it's... I mean, obviously people are gonna run one way or the other with it, but man, if that turns out to be true, I'm gonna be sad. I'm gonna be real sad. I hope it's not. But there are a lot of people all saying, oh yeah, no, he totally did that, so it's like... Well, shit. Why you gotta be that way, Cass Anvar? That spoils donkey balls for me, like in a big way. Alright, I need this one. What is this new camera angle? What's up, Puck Duncher? I redid my entire setup. I'll take a picture of it and put it on the Discord later, but I got a new light arch, much larger, with light diffusers, so all this light coming in is very softened, which is really, really nice for me. And then I got my camera here, and I shifted my monitor to right here, and hey, there you are, right there. How's it going? Hello, camera. This is better, though, because I don't have to turn my head all the way over here in order to see chat, so I don't need a second monitor on my desk. I can just have the main monitor, and chat's kind of right in front of me. Parable Gaming, how's it going? Is it Friday? It shouldn't be Friday. No, it's Thursday. How you doing? Are you on the other side of the planet? Is that what's going on here, Parable Gaming? Because that's possible. We do get some people from whatever is on the other side of Australia, China, something like that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, Gear Falcon. I don't know. It's one of those where, like, yeah, evidence would be nice, but when this many people all come out simultaneously and say, I have a personal experience with this, it doesn't look good. But again, we will see. Yeah, I don't really want to believe it's true, but it would just be 2020, wouldn't it? It would be right in line with everything else that's happened this year for that to happen, and us be like, oh, well, somebody that we totally loved as a person is a huge piece of shit. How you doing, 404th Exile? Good to see you. Parable Gaming, also good to see you. Puck Duncher, what is your favorite type of light? I like firm light. Nice hard light. No, I like soft light. Soft light's nice because I can look at the light without burning my damned eyes out. I am drugged to shit. Hey, Project Dark Fox, how you doing? Sorry to hear you're still having migraines. I mean, obviously you get migraines, you're gonna have migraines. But I'm still sorry to hear it. You're having a particularly bad set of them today. I need to do a little bit of dry brushing before we get started, so I'm gonna jump all over that right quick. There's my paper towel. Check out this Mandalorian. These are from, oh shit, is it Order 66 Designs? I'll get the actual link. He just released these files the other day. His, like, Mandalorian kill team / sniper team files. And, he hooked me up with them, and I've been kind of messing around with them and printing them, and when I dug into printing them, I was shocked to discover that they are in a bajillion pieces. Each model has a body and the arms separate, and multiple types of arms, and the heads, like, it's just like 6 or 7 Mandalorian-styled helmets that you can sort of pick from. It's like 4 jetpacks you can pick from, and then you can either print them out and assemble them the traditional way, or you can do what I did, which is put them together in 3D Builder, mix and match what parts you want, and then print them out whole. And this guy, like this model, the standard one, he's holding a rifle, but I took the gun arms from somebody else and the pistol holsters from somebody else and put them on here and sort of made my own style of, like, gunslinger Mandalorian. The arm with the cape looks off. What looks off about it? It looks like it's being swung behind him slightly. I'm not seeing what's off about it, but let me know what you see. Either way, it's they're really, really nice prints, or really, really nice files. I've got a few of the other ones printing. Oh, I left a little connection point on his hand. That makes me sad that I missed that. Oh, well. Nice thing is if you mess up a print, I can make another one for like 10 cents. But either way, I'm going to be doing a whole team of, and by a whole team of, I mean about 4 to 5 Mandalorians from this set. Does it look, it looks alright to me. It's hanging down about to his mid-thigh. Is his other arm longer, maybe? I'll check the proportions. Maybe I screwed something up when I was putting it together. Either way, you can adjust each and every piece of this to your heart's content, because they're all separate pieces, which is really, really nice. He's got some crazy ones, where this, like, the jetpack trooper, or jetpack Mandalorian riding a couple of big plumes, sort of like Vergaderung did. I think that's going to be a nice one. But we're going to be painting up about 4 or 5 Mandalorians from this set over the next couple of weeks, and I'm excited to get them done. A lot of really cool designs. Posing of that one is like someone said, hello, and his response was, gun. Yeah, that is kind of what it... So that pose, he's supposed to be holding a rifle, kind of like this, or have one arm down and be holding a rifle in one hand. I took the gun arm from a completely different mini and stuck him on there. So it's not entirely posed that way. I'm just making it work because I want all my Mandalorians to have a pair of pistols instead of rifles. Because I'm going to be running them in Legion as the Clan Ren Mandalorian Resistance. Yeah, it could be an angle thing, too. Decanonize the sequel trilogy? What do I have to sign? What do I have to sign to make that happen? I feel like I can see your face better. I don't like it. You can see my face better because I'm almost looking right at you. And it's better lit. You should be thanking me. Dry brushing a little bit of Vallejo Game Color Ghost Gray. Kathleen Kennedy's Death War. I mean, that might be a little strong, to be fair, but certainly somebody should just give her a little finger, you know? Doesn't sound good. I didn't mean Let's move on. Let's just move on. Let's not dwell on that too much. Kathleen Kennedy, boo! Boo to you, ma'am. New Battletech novels coming out kinda crazy lately, eh, Thunderhead? I haven't been following the new Battletech novel releases like at all. I was not a fan of the first few ones that they did, and then I sort of opted to just wait until they get the whole Kickstarter done and see what happens. How long before a femme Space Marine? They should just make one! People have wanted female Space Marines forever. There's nothing wrong with that. It's been proven very recently that canon is whatever the hell we want it to be. If they can wave their hand and go, there's a bunch of new Space Marines and they're twice as tall and super cool and they've existed this whole time, then they can wave their hand and go, and there's chick Space Marines too. It's all make-believe. I'm always reminded, when people get upset about the female Space Marines, I'm always reminded of the Ass Kickers United episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, when Mac is just talking about, like, I thought we understood the tenets of this club. You know, it's about kicking ass, it's about working out, and no chicks. Someone's like, I don't remember at all where that was a part of the rules. It's like, it's implied. It's implied in all of the literature. There's nothing wrong with it. I would just settle for some more female guardsmen, honestly. The only female guardsmen you get, like, there are a couple of official ones now, but the vast majority of them are, like, fan sculpts. Need some more of this. Not a fan of 40k, Battletech only. Yeah, 40k doesn't get much play around here, but it's just because I've done so much of it, I'm kind of like, eh. Watched a Twitch mini painter. She took female heads and glued them to Space Marine bodies, lol. And see, that's the thing too, is you don't even have to change the armor. You could put chicks in that armor and just be like, look, just wear the same thing. It would be more ridiculous if they gave them booby plate armor. Like, I think that the Sisters of Battle armor is particularly silly. But then 40k is not a place known for its, like, inclusivity or, I mean, like, as a universe, not as a property. As a property, they don't seem to have any problem with being like, yeah, men and women, sure, whatever. They all die horribly. Imperium doesn't care if you're a lady. I did think it was a little bit silly that people were, I mean, there is no longer a female front for the Penitent engine. And some people had some comments about that I thought were kind of interesting. Doing a real soft dry brush here to catch a couple of the edges. On something this large, I tend to do a lot of my edge highlighting with a dry brush, particularly when there are hard edges like this that are going to pick it up real nice. And this way, I can do a minimum amount of hand highlighting. Trying to be gentle with it because this is, you know, printed in resin. Let's not get too into the topic of who wants what political statement in what tabletop game. It's a divisive and unfortunately unpleasant subject a lot of the time. I personally, I don't have any problem with it. I don't really care. I know that I would like more female guardsman models, because that is one thing that is in no way justified by the universe. They're absolutely female guardsmen. There have been whole book series written about all female regiments of IG, but getting female models for the IG is somehow like pulling teeth. Unless, again, of course, you make your own. I don't want to get lost in the weeds on that one, though. We've all got our opinions, and I guarantee all of them are stupid in some way. I am Vandal. There was a zenithal highlight done, and now I'm just throwing a quick dry brush of a lighter color over top. And gents, realize I indulged it somewhat, but I am going to go ahead and caution everyone to veer sharply away from political topics. It's just not the place for it. I realize it's politics as they relate to gaming, but we get enough of that. We get enough of that everywhere else, don't we, guys? Do you really, really want to get into it here? Because I don't. Fuck you, it's my birthday. I don't think you were doing particularly badly, Roland, to be fair. I don't know if I've read enough of Pardo's stuff to really judge. None of the Battletech fiction, the books, have ever really grabbed me that much. I know that there are definitely some stories out there that are considered better than others, but it all leaves me a little cold most of the time. Vandal, you're a smart man. That's what I have to keep reminding myself too, is I can get on to the internet every day and go, what's the news today? And get my daily dose of outrage. And then when I wake up tomorrow, having been outraged for a day, nothing has changed. So I'm really better off not looking at it for the most part. Every now and then, I like to keep together, you know, keep up to date on current events, but you really kind of have to take some responsibility for your own mental health at a certain point. And this stream is part of me doing that. Taking responsibility for my own mental health as it relates to painting by completely putting that shit out of my mind while I do this. Who here plays Battletech on the tabletop? I know I do. Yeah, exactly, Sentient Pickle. In fact, we've got people here in this very chat on many different sides of many different incendiary political topics, and for the most part, we do a really, really good job of just everybody shutting the hell up. Even I managed to, and I'm a loudmouth. Mixing up a little bit of Wolf Grey to get started highlighting on some of my Scout Troopers and my bikes here. Brush this brush. Let's see how this does. Let's see what this does next to that color that I just dry brushed on. Oh yeah, this will do nicely. How you doing, Samara? Good to see you. Yeah, Giant Meteor 2020. I'm totally on board for that. All in all, this design
I
has come together
suppose you
pretty
could
well
just
so far.
go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
How did I know that was going to be O'Coral? How did I know? I knew before I looked up, somehow. Mysterious. How you doing, O'Coral? It's good to see you. Glord. Glord being the Lord of the Glorbs. Little known fact. I should pull up a reference image of these bikes because I realize there are going to be some parts that aren't just white, and I'm going to screw that up. I know these parts are, though, so I'm just going to go right ahead with this. You know, Sentient Pickle, that's a subject that I actually find pretty interesting. Because it makes a certain amount of sense to say, well, the guys who made it are always right about everything. And in this particular case, I'm not going to take a side on whether they are or not. But I would always caution people and mention George Lucas. A man who certainly created a whole universe in which many of us spend a good portion of our imagination hours. A man who needs to be kept away from the reins of that universe at all costs, because when he's allowed to do whatever he wants to do, he does terrible, stupid things that nobody likes. And people would argue, well, he has the right to do that, he made it up. But I believe that there comes a point at which the public is invested enough in something that is really kind of more theirs. Legally speaking, yeah, other people may own the rights, but the universe wouldn't be what it was without the fans and their investment of time and energy. And there's a certain responsibility to the fans and their investment in that universe. I couldn't speak to this particular subject, or this particular issue. I'm just saying, just because someone invented something doesn't mean that everything they do with it is automatically right. Legal, sure. Ultimately difficult to argue with, also true, but not necessarily right. Death of the author, precisely. Censorious slippery slope. At times, once they've made enough money off of it, I don't see it really as being censorious, though. It'd be one thing if we just came in and robbed you of your creativity. It's something else when we buy it over generations. Hey, Baron Fell, good to see you. In fact, I do need to pull up a picture of these bikes before I go any further, because there are going to be some parts that are much darker. And I'd like to make sure I get those. Let's see. That's a pretty good shot, and yeah, there are definitely some spots I need to be painting darker colors. Let's pull that up in a separate window. No, don't open StarWars.com. Oh, God, I hate StarWars.com. It's such a pain to work with. Shrink that down. And I have a reference image. Spectacular. I mean, I can appreciate what you're saying, Vandal Noir, but I think that context is important. And something like BattleTech or Star Wars has perhaps a different relationship with the fans and thus the death of the author than Uncle Tom's Cabin. I want to do that first. I want to darken the area so that I know what I'm actually painting. So, I'm gonna go with... I think this blue-gray. I need some more of this. I'm low on this bottle. I'm gonna go with this, or do I want to go with the coal black? I think I'm gonna go with the blue-gray, because I'm gonna use the coal black on the troopers themselves. Put in a little bit of flow aid. Oh, that's fair, Vandal. All we really have are thoughts. All we really have are our thoughts. Yeah, that's the color I want to use. A little more water. A little more water. That should do the job. Let's try it out. Question regarding Dune. Should one read the Butlerian Jihad before the Paul stuff? You should read Dune and almost nothing else, would be my opinion, Sentient Pickle. I don't feel like anything that his son did in his name was worth a shit. There may be some who disagree with me on that, but personally, I wouldn't even read the later Frank Herbert stuff. I was not a fan of Children of Dune. I was not a fan of Chapter House. I was not a fan of God Emperor. Almost nothing that he did after Dune was worth anything, in my opinion. I feel like Frank Herbert went a little mad, maybe a little senile. I can remember the moment that I realized I didn't like the books that Frank Herbert's son was writing. The precise moment. And, which, I don't remember what book it was, but it was leading into them talking about the first time somebody had fired a laser at a shield, and thus it had resulted in a nuclear explosion. Or maybe it was just in the same book. I don't remember. Either way, I remember that there was a courtroom scene, and a judge swung what was described as a laser gavel. A laser gavel. Now, this is not the only detail that made me realize I was not enjoying his son's writing. I was already not enjoying it. But I was just struck by the utter fucking stupidity of the concept of a laser gavel. One thing that always set Frank Herbert aside from other fantasy, sci-fi fantasy authors in my mind, was that most of his technology served a very real purpose, like it was somewhat fantastical, certainly, in science fiction. But it all made sense, it all served a purpose, it all did something real, and they still use tools that we use today where they were appropriate. And in my mind, a laser gavel is the pinnacle of, well, we're just slapping laser onto whatever the hell comes up, because lasers are cool, right, guys? It was not good. I didn't like it. Laser gavel. Isn't that just adorable? That was not the only problem with that book. It was just sort of the moment when I was like, what am I doing? What am I reading? And no, I would not. I would not have a fucking laser gavel. Well, I wouldn't have a regular gavel, though. I guess if laser gavels were a thing, I'd probably have it, but I don't know why anyone would make a laser. How would that work? What are you banging on with a laser? That doesn't make any sense. By the time you're using that much technology to make a bang-bang sound, why don't you just make a button that goes bang-bang? Nothing about a gavel should involve lasers. Don't make no sense. So how's everybody doing today? Outside of, the general state of the world, which everyone's aware of, and we pretty much ignore here, because it sucks. Well, in that case, Vandal, it's very, very much the death of the author, and very much a case where the death of the author should have been regarded as the death of the series. Like, just stop writing it, for the love of God. nobody understood where Dune needed to go like Frank Herbert, and I would argue that Frank Herbert himself had no fucking clue where to take Dune after his own initial writings. In the OG Transformers series premiere, couldn't the Autobots fly? I feel like I remember that happening. What about exclamation point paints? Will pop up what paints I'm using for the day. It's an interesting idea, Vandal. My problem with it is just that I tend to... Like, I don't plan ahead that much. I don't plan ahead enough to generally say what paints I'm going to be using over the course of a session. I'm usually like, wait, what am I trying to do here? What paints do I want to use? Which is... That's why I will often try to go ahead and point out what paint I'm using when I pick it up. I'll be like, I'm using this paint, and I'll hold it up to the camera. It's a good idea. I applaud the concept. I just don't know how well I would use it. If you're curious about this is Vallejo Model Air Blue Gray, which is a very dark blue gray. I like it a lot, though. Hey, Nanotanks, good to see you. World is shit. Pizza is good. Leaving my current job in nearly 13 years to get myself up and out of my severe depression. Doing better already, now that I've made the decision. I'm glad to hear that. Sometimes that's what you need, is just to break the damn cycle. You know? I'm glad to hear that's exactly what you're doing. This part, I'm going to paint this color even though this doesn't exist on the original bike. I put this in to make it more like the speeder bikes that we see in Return of the Jedi. Little control panel. I'm glad to hear that you are feeling better already. The fact that it happened so quickly tells me that that was almost certainly the contributing factor. A contributing factor at an absolute minimum. I need to make a bigger painting handle for myself, because I'm having to hold this by hand today. And I can easily 3D print one, I just didn't for whatever reason. Haven't had a chance to peek at any of those short story previews you sent my way, Samara. I have not had a chance yet. I have them pulled up, ready to go, and I spent all day yesterday ripping apart my office and rewiring lights. But I'll tell you what I'll do is, right after this stream, I'm going to be taking some decompression time. So I'll pull them up and I'll give you my opinion on them. I feel very strongly about things that are written about PTSD. And I feel that way largely because it is often used just as like a... What's the word for it? It's used to draw people in without really understanding it, but it's an important topic that needs to be talked more about. So I'm excited to see when people feel like addressing it, but I always hope that they address it in a deeper, more meaningful way. And I'm very interested to see what you have to say about it. I am braising a beef chuck roast with beef stock and onions to shred and serve in hoagies and provolone. Oh, damn, Sentient Pickle, that sounds delicious. Absolutely, Samara. And I appreciate you sharing with me as much as you have. I'm always a little embarrassed when someone shares something with me and I don't get to it right away. Like, I realize I probably shouldn't be. It sounds so lame to me to be like, I've just got so much going on, but I keep putting new things on my plate. And trying to keep everything together is just, it's always a challenge, isn't it? But I will absolutely take a look at that for you, Samare. I'm going to need a little reading tonight anyhow. Keeping it together is hard sometimes. Man, do I ever agree with that. Being an adult is weirdly tricky. It always seemed so much more fun when I was a kid, you know? I was like, I get to do whatever I want. And they're like, yeah, you get to do whatever you want. Now pay some bills, dumbass. I'm like, ah, shit. Okay, I guess I didn't really think this through. Never grow up. You know, that's all I'm saying. Oh, this print didn't come out perfect. I didn't notice it, but it flattened this corner. Oh, well, it's minor enough. I don't think anybody's going to notice. My connection points were bad on this print, too, but it was a big print. And it's always a relief to me when I notice I've got bad connection points to remember. Be like, yeah, but I spent a few cents on it, so who gives a shit? You like it? I'm glad. Yeah, please do, by the way, guys, give me your opinion on the new camera setup, because this is brand spanking new. I think it's an improvement. It's also part of my initiative to get myself set up to actually record some YouTube videos. When I recorded some videos before that I haven't released and started editing them, I was very, very displeased with the quality of my lighting and my angles. And I can weirdly be, for someone who talks as much about just relaxing and not being a perfectionist as I do, I mean, I do that mostly because I am, strangely, a bit of a perfectionist. Not in like a healthy way, like only in the most unhealthy possible way am I a perfectionist. The worst possible sense. I'm glad you guys like it. And yeah, please give me your opinions on the new lighting and the new angles, and ping me if I go off camera. I'm guaranteed to go off camera with the Mini a few times today, because I'm not used to these angles or this setup. This right now is my first time painting anything with this new light arch with my desk set up the way that it is, and it feels foreign. Displeased with them because we can see your face. Hethra, you're like the fourth person today to make that joke. You gotta get some fresher material, man. Bought a Hero 8 to start a YouTube, and I'm having issues with angles, so I hear you on... Yeah, it's tricky. The first time I tried to make a video specifically for YouTube, what I really gained from that experience was a huge amount more respect for people who regularly make videos on YouTube. The people who make good ones. I'm like, oh my god, this involves way more work than I thought it did. Even just something as simple as like, wait, what do I say when the camera comes on? Because I used to talk shit about people who would be like, hey guys, and then it's like, okay, the camera's on, say something, idiot. And I'm like, hey guys. Shit. I didn't actually have any better ideas, all I had was criticism. Isn't that the way of things, though? Alright, what am I missing? Got the foot pedals, got the fins, got the blasters, got the struts. That's white. I think this little guy up here. Now, it's a little tricky because this speeder bike is not identical to the models seen in the show. I had to take some liberties with it, change a couple of the proportions, and then borrow some of the design elements from Joe Johnston's original concept art. So there is, you know, as much as this is just me recreating things from Rebels, there's a little bit of me in this design. Not a lot, but some. And I think I'm going to carry this out to the edge of this platform. Yeah, that's gonna look good. I'll tell you, I'm glad I've been doing these projects. It's made me a lot better at 3D design. I've learned a whole lot about using Fusion to make more interesting and complex shapes. I managed to do the Imperial Sentry Droid over the course of about a day, when that would have taken me a lot longer before I worked on things like these bikes. That's looking pretty good. Yeah, the lighting is very, very important. That's the reason that I wanted to upgrade the light arch in particular, was to have better, cleaner, and softer light all over pretty much everything. get rid of all those stupid shadows, you know? Shadows are no good. We don't want shadows around here. We want Vorlons and Vorlons alone. It does make me sit a little bit differently. Though I can sit up more straight because I'm at no risk of bumping into my light arch anymore, and holy hell is that a relief. My idea is quick intro, time-lapse painting, outro for talking, music and background during time-lapse. That sounds like a good breakdown, Vandal. Yeah, try this next time. What up? It's your boy Thunderhead here. Don't forget to smash that like button. Make sure to subscribe, guys. I mean, on a certain level, you do kind of have to say all that crap. You have to remind people to subscribe, or they won't do it. I will. I certainly don't. And then people are like, hey, make sure you subscribe. And I'm like, well, now you told me to. I'm definitely not gonna. There are some print lines on this print, unfortunately, that I didn't see before, but oh well. It's no big deal. Anyone here ever bought and used one of those magnifying goggles with the lights to use with painting? Farsighted, so I have issues with it. So if you're gonna do that, make sure you get the two eyes. Don't use the magnifying lamps, you know, with the single lens. Don't do that. Do get the magnifying goggles that you can wear with the lights. Those are, in fact, quite nice to paint with, particularly if you have sight issues. I tried using one of the lamps one time, and you're probably already saying, well, obviously you shouldn't do that because you don't have binocular vision that way. I didn't think of that. I just got it and tried it out, and you don't have binocular vision that way, and you can't tell how far away things are. Your depth perception gets completely screwed, and it's really no fun. So as long as you have two lenses to look through, go for it. No one ever told me to subscribe to this Twitch stream.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
I should order people to subscribe. Just be like, hey guys, welcome to the end of the stream. Don't forget to subscribe or I will kill you. Right? What's up, cat?
Hello there.
I gotta say, about that particular scene in Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, can I just say how profoundly disappointed I was that we didn't get an epic fight scene between Obi-Wan and a bunch of Magna Guards? Like, they introduced the Magna Guards in that movie, and they looked so cool. And we get the one pretty cool fight scene with them on the bridge of, freaking, what's his name? Grievous's ship. And then we have that set up for a fight scene, but no fight scene. He drops a stupid piece of crap on them, and they're just like, oh, okay, well, I guess the Magna Guards are done now. Disappointing. And that was hardly the most disappointing thing about Revenge of the Sith. But these days, I'm much more forgiving of Revenge of the Sith as a movie. Like, I enjoy watching it. I've watched it multiple times. I continue to enjoy watching it. I continue to watch it. I just said the same thing 4 times. I might have just said the same thing 4 times. It's possible. It's a cool movie, though. Like I've said before, it has heart. It has heart, even if it doesn't have a lot of talent. Hey, Shavio, good to see you, man. I mean, they're behaving somehow. Yeah, they said the Magnas were Jedi killers. Fucking Jedi are they killing? Why did those Jedi graduate from... They did not make... In general, that movie was bad at making the anti-Jedi weapon... The anti-Jedi weapons seem threatening. They didn't make Grievous seem very threatening. He did his whole I'ma spin my hands around in a circle trick for like 10 seconds, and Obi-Wan was like, oh yeah, that's easy. Hang on, let me just chop your hand off real quick. He was so much more threatening in the Clone Wars. So much more threatening. Oh my god. They made him seem genuinely dangerous. Well, in the original Clone Wars, they made him seem like a terrifying murder engine, and then for the first season or two of the Clone Wars cartoon, they made him seem like a bumbling idiot. And then gradually they made him pretty badass again, but the damage had kind of already been done to his rep. How are we doing on visibility today? Have I been going off camera a bunch, or has this all been pretty good? Because again, new angles, it's going to take me some getting used to. I just want to... I'm looking for feedback here. Pretty good so far? Excellent. I have to tilt the camera up a bit. Why? Why for? Maybe slightly upwards too far. So I got people saying I need to tilt it up. I got people saying I need to tilt it down. That tells me that it's just right. Just right. If I'm making nobody happy, I'm doing it right. I'm in that Goldilocks zone where everybody's miserable, you know? I've been drifting up towards the top, been drifting up? Okay. It's because I've been kind of leaning forward more. So I'm going to be leaning forward, then I should adjust the camera to match. These really are pretty rough prints now that I've got some paint down on them. I'm going to... Well, you know, the nice thing is that I can always print more, and then if I want to, I can swap the riders between bikes. And it's really no skin off my nose. Even these bases are printed, so it's like everything here I can replace. I might break these bikes down into smaller pieces for small printing and then assembly, because printing anything this large is just tricky. It's just tricky. As long as I'm not going completely off camera. Alright. What black is that you're washing and lining with? Sentient Pickle, that is Vallejo Model Air Blue-Gray. It's very dark. It's much darker than you would expect based on the name. The prophecy was about Luke Skywalker, in my opinion. Samir, they kind of touched on that in Rebels. If you remember... And guys, is anybody here... Just raise your hand if you haven't seen Rebels and you don't want anything spoiled, please. Okay, yeah, I thought maybe Cat, so I'm not gonna say it. I'm just gonna say that one character says to another in a later season of Rebels about Luke Skywalker, a very particular character asks, is he the chosen one? And another character, obviously talking about Luke Skywalker and clearly knowledgeable about such things, says, yes. And he asks, will he avenge us? And I can't remember what he replies to that. I don't know if he says yes to that one, too. But, at least according to Dave Filoni, Luke Skywalker is very likely the chosen one. According to even that prophecy. I think I got everything. Yeah. That's looking pretty good. Alright. I'm going to do a little bit of work highlighting that I just did by taking a little bit of... What's up, Chuck U. Farrells? Good to see you. When Dave gets Kathleen's job, I'll buy in on it. They need to let Dave Filoni do all of Star Wars. I'm going to mix in some wolf gray with my blue gray here. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go with a pre-mixed color. Like a madman. Specifically, I am going to jump... Maybe not all that way. I'm going to try 2 different colors before I decide on one. I'm going to do a little bit with Vallejo medium gray, and then I'm going to go to Vallejo pale blue gray. Yes, Kat, all that is true. And then the sequel trilogies happened, and all that got thrown out the fucking window because, I don't know, the Emperor lived or something. God, it's just so good. So good. I wonder if this will work. I have a flashlight here with a magnet on it, and these guys have washers on the bottoms of them, so maybe what I can do is... Hey! Would you look at that? That's pretty slick, huh? I hadn't thought of that. I put washers in the bottoms of all my minis, and I didn't think to use a magnet as a handle. I'm kind of stupid. Like the fat kid in Dodgeball, I'm out, buddy. Vandal, thank you so much for being here, man. Hope you have a good day. Hope to see you again Sunday. I'm just mixing in water here. Fucking magnets. How do they work? Yeah, Captain Zodabeard, I think it's fair to say that the Jedi are generally presented as being ironically self-interested and really full of their own interpretation of events, even in the face of incredible danger. Filled with hubris, if you will. Right now I want some Faygo. Faygo is delicious, to be fair. Oopsies. That's okay. It would have been kind of funny if someone came up with an antibiotic that killed midichlorians. Fuck your superpowers, you're in my world now, bitch. That's sort of what the... Well, Yzala aren't a thing anymore. But back in the day, somebody was like, you know what's really inconvenient is how all these main characters have space magic that lets them do everything. Let's take that away for a few minutes. I always liked in the book where the Yzala were introduced that the first time Luke encountered a stormtrooper with a Yzala on its back, on one of those frames that Thrawn had created. It was like fighting a child all of a sudden. Luke realized that without the Force, he didn't actually know how to fight all that well. This is something that they also touched on again in Knights of the Old Republic 2 when you talk to, Oh, somebody help me out. Somebody help me out with the name of the smuggler character in Knights of the Old Republic 2. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Atten Rand. Yeah, thank you. But he made the point that if you can take away their ability to see what you're thinking, It's almost embarrassing how easy they are to kill. They're not really all that good at warriors. They're very, very dependent on their space magic. So he learned to play Pazak in his head. That was really well presented. His whole strategy in that game I thought was really well presented. Like, you're going, oh, I get it. So you play Pazak in your head to block their mind control powers. And he goes, no. You play Pazak in your head. Because if you're thinking that you're trying to block their mind control powers, well, you're just giving them ammunition, aren't you? You're letting them know what's going on, aren't you? So you play Pazak in your head. Or you rebuild an engine in your head. Or you do whatever you have to do to keep them from seeing what's going to happen. And then you become invisible. As he said, then you can walk right up behind them and just kill them. And they'll never even know you were there. Atton Rand had the best story, you guys. I really liked him as a character. I liked most of the characters in Knights of the Old Republic too. I thought that was a really well-written game. Did not like Bao-Dur. Yeah, okay, Bao-Dur didn't really stand out as a character, that's true. The Mandalorians were cool in that, too. I liked the classic Mandalorians. I like the concept of the Basilisk War Droid, something that just kind of got written out of the story later on, as far as I can tell. I don't think we're ever getting to see Basilisk War Droids at this point. It's not the most stable painting platform, but whatever. I'm just trying to get these guys done. Make myself, you know what I need to make myself is just a magnetic painting handle. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Make myself a painting handle and put some magnets in it. God, that's gonna make this so much easier. Foolish, foolish me. After all this time putting metal washers in the base of my models, and that never occurred to me. It's amazing to me. I was watching a thing last night with, what are the names? Something and Shane, the guys who do BuzzFeed Unsolved. They do, like, you know, BuzzFeed Unsolved Supernatural, where they do, like, ghost hunty stuff, and BuzzFeed Unsolved Real Crime, where they cover, you know, well, real crime. And they did one last night. Yeah, that can be done, though, Verg. I just put, like, 3 magnets so they're in a little formation. That'll keep them from spinning around. But I'm watching this last night, and it was on the Tylenol pill poisonings that happened in the 80s in Chicago. And I thought it was, I don't want to say I thought it was funny, obviously it was terrible that people died from being poisoned with cyanide through Tylenol pills. But part of it was that after that, I mean, that was the reason that anti-tamper seals were invented, was at that point. It was in 1982. And there just weren't anti-tamper seals prior to that, and it's funny to think about now, because we're like, well, of course there are, because you could poison bottles of pills, but the truth is that many people had just not thought of that at the time. But the funny thing about this to me is that after the initial poisoning, the guy who did like a bunch of them, suddenly there were a bunch of copycat poisonings. All sorts of pill bottles all over the place were getting messed with, people putting all sorts of different poisons of different strengths, rat poison and crap like that. I just thought it was interesting because it's like, yeah, nobody thought of that. The manufacturers didn't think of it, and apparently the assholes of the world didn't think of it either. But the second that the idea was revealed to them, they were like, oh yeah, I can totally do that. You're right. Let's go poison a bunch of people. It's just funny how ideas like that, they don't occur to anybody until suddenly they do, and then everyone's like, that's a great idea, we should all do that. It seems so obvious in retrospect, but the fact is, nobody prior to that, I mean, I'm sure that it had happened before, but never in a significant way, you know? All they needed to do was create extremely intelligent hunter droids that fire with both arms at once, with extremely high rate of fire weapon systems, the ability to vary... I mean, you know, the Mandalorians came up with an answer to that, though, Samare. Flamethrowers. Flamethrowers work really, really well against Jedi. And it wasn't so much that Atton Rand had discovered a way, like a mind-blowing method of killing Jedi. It was, to a degree, but it also required mental discipline beyond what most people were capable of. And he was only capable of it because of his really hardcore belief system and his being trained among the Sith. He was himself an assassin. The average soldier would never be able to achieve the mental discipline needed to distract the Jedi like that, so it's not really like... It's not that much of a danger to them, except in very specific circumstances, you know? But I mean, they're able to determine things like, they're able to feel blaster bolts coming at them and what direction they're coming from, and also feel what direction they need to be deflected in order to hit their targets. So clearly they're able to sense the movement of inanimate objects. So I don't even think a droid would be all that effective against them. And it's not that they couldn't feel the motion of someone coming up behind them, it's just that if that person seemed to be benign, if that person seemed to be doing something like, oh, they're just playing cards in their head, it would never occur to them that that person was about to attack them. They're used to not worrying about people as assailants because you can feel that person's intent before they try to assault you. If you don't feel any intent behind them, you're just gonna ignore them. What's up, Joey Bag of Donuts? Good to see you. We're babbling about Star Wars. Well, that's not even in The Mandalorian, as far as I know, Samare. That's just, it is generally understood why Mandalorians have flamethrowers the way they do, was as an anti-Jedi combat technique. It's also shown in Attack of the Clones, when Jango Fett pretty effectively drives off Mace Windu by shooting fire at him. They can deflect blaster bolts. They can kind of push fire. We know that they can push fire. We saw Kanan and Jarrus do it. But it doesn't appear to be easy. Seems like that probably takes quite a bit of concentration. Baby Yoda pushed fire. Baby Yoda did all kinds of crazy crap. I'm not going to use Baby Yoda did it as a good excuse to justify almost anything. Baby Yoda is a Force goblin and apparently just gets to use the Force better than everybody else by virtue of his birth. I still don't like that. Like, I've accepted it as something that has happened and is now part of the Star Wars universe, but I still don't like the notion that you can just be born good at using the Force. I realize that's kind of what we got out of Anakin, but to be fair, I thought even that was kind of lame, so... So as much as I complain about Rogue One on this channel, and I'm not complaining about Rogue One today, guys, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to say something good about Rogue One, okay? I think Chirrut Imwe, and what's his name, Baze Malbus, the two Guardians of the Wills, represent my understanding of the Force and what I like about the Force within the Star Wars universe very clearly. And that is the idea that, and this is something that they even hit on in, I'm going to combine this with a slight compliment to The Last Jedi, a movie that I hate. Luke talked about it briefly during the training that almost occurred but didn't really occur on whatever that planet it was with the big green milk titty monsters that he was suckling on. God, that was weird. And that is that the Force is not some power you have. The Force is not a tool that you use. That's not what it is, and that's not how it works. Like, it seems that way, and in its most puerile and direct form, that's how people view it. That's certainly how the Sith view it. It's a power that you have that you can use to enforce your will on the environment around you. But I'm always reminded of the chant that Chirrut Imwe used as he went out to flip the Master Switch when he was not being shot by the guys who had just been, like, nail-driving with their blaster rifles. And that is, I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. In my mind, and I realize that a lot of this is headcanon because the actual writers of Star Wars are often poo-poo heads, that was Chirrut Imwe acknowledging that the Force is not just some energy field. It's like the living, beating heart of the galaxy itself. It is the life force. It is our life force. It's everyone's life force. There is no life in the galaxy, in the universe, that is not one with the Force, fundamentally. It's all of us. It's everything. It makes everything possible. We're all just expressing it through our actions and our thoughts. And if you try to make the Force work for you, if you try to enslave the Force, if you try to say, I'm going to use the Force to do unnatural things, it destroys you over time, and it ultimately doesn't work. But if you make yourself into a conduit of the Force, if you let go, and this is the best of the Jedi teachings, if you let go of your will, if you let go of your desires, and you say, okay, I'm not trying to do anything. I am allowing the Force to express itself through me. I am becoming a conduit of the will of the universe. It flows. And that's what Chirrut was doing there at the end of the movie. He opened himself up, he became a conduit, and the Force acted through him. And nobody could hit him, because that's just not how things were going to happen, period. No, Vandal, I appreciate that. It needs to be closer to my mouth, or it's too far from my mouth, Vandal. Also, it was introduced by Darth Bane. The less Force users of light or darkness increases the power of the remaining Force users. That's interesting. Rogue One, the one Star Wars movie where the bad guys actually acted in an even semi-competent fashion and won. It is kind of... it's true. Unfortunately. The bad guys acted competently in Rebels a number of times, and then a number of times they didn't. And that's exactly it, Zodabeard. It's why the Masters of the Force are essentially unable to act. It's why the Bendu is... why I liked the Bendu right up until he was like, nah, fuck you, I'm gonna act. In Rebels. He's the one in the middle. The true Masters of the Force are the ones who sit back and let nothing happen. Guys, I actually liked a lot about what they did with Luke in The Last Jedi. And I know that's like heresy. But the idea that he realized the only way he could really do what he needed to do, or that he could do anything properly, was to step back and let things happen, was to be as uninvolved as possible. In a way, being a master of the Force is crippling. It's not to say that you have to be entirely without action. Clearly there are moments when the Force intends for you to act, and I guess the trick would be knowing when that is. But it has a way of doing things whether you want it to happen or not. Luke was hiding because Luke had failed. Because Luke thought that he knew the way. He thought he knew how to take the Force and tame it, how to take this raw elemental energy and teach it to somebody in the proper way, and he failed to realize that that's always going to be a mistake. Now, I'm not going to defend every single choice that was made in The Last Jedi, because many of the choices made in The Last Jedi were objectively quite stupid. And a lot of what Luke said was also fairly disappointing. But I can appreciate, I feel, where they thought they were going with that. Yeah, he did. He thought he had caused Ben to turn to the dark side through his interference. He viewed the failings of Ben as essentially his own hubris, and he tried to do away with his own hubris. Now, I'm kind of reading more into this than was actually there, because I wanted the movie to be better than it actually was, and this is something that I think a lot of us do. Where you're watching a bad movie, but you want to like it, so in your head you're writing a better story than what's actually being presented to you. I know I do that. Well, and see, I'm not... Samara, let me be very clear. I am in no way defending the overall choices that they made with Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi. That is not what I'm doing. He was poorly written. I thought the way that he threw the lightsaber over his shoulders as disrespectfully as he did was extremely shitty. And no, I don't feel like Luke would have lost hope that quickly. What I'm saying is there was potential there for a good story that was ultimately unrealized, but then I feel like that defines the sequel trilogy as a whole. Because I didn't even hate The Force Awakens. I think a lot of us came out of The Force Awakens thinking, wow, this could be really cool, as long as it pays off. Now we know it doesn't pay off. So those things that we thought might have been cool about it are, like, just completely wasted. But the point being, and here's the thing, these things that I'm saying about Luke Skywalker, my problem with them fundamentally is I don't believe Rian Johnson thought any of these things. I think he was doing something completely different, and like I said, I'm inserting these points because as I watched it, I wanted it to be better than it actually was. But conversely, I feel like the points made in Rebels about letting go and being, and how the Force influences one's actions and how one's actions influence the Force, those were much more intentional. There is a scene towards the end of Rebels when a member of the Ghost crew is captured who is very, very important. And Kanan Jarrus is like, I'm going to rescue them. I'm going. I'm jumping on my bike. I'm going. And he's going down the road and he encounters an avatar of the Force, effectively, that stands directly in his way. And they stand there and they stare at one another for a while, and then in the next scene, Kanan is coming back to the base camp, having realized that action is inappropriate, having realized that what he wants is not what's important right now. That there's more going on than just his personal feelings, and that by opening himself up to the Force and making himself a conduit of it, it will ultimately work as it should. Yeah, more side stories. I know that interview you're talking about, and I also... There was at least one con where Mark Hamill was talking, and he was sort of bemoaning the direction of Luke Skywalker, and the other actors who were there on the panel with him, like, sort of co-opted what he was saying, and were like, no, that's a good thing, and then the audience cheered. And I've never seen Mark Hamill look so defeated in my life. I've never seen him look so sad. Because in Mark's mind, Luke was an unerringly positive character. I didn't like Battlefront 2 as a game, that EA game, but I will say that the Luke Skywalker presented in the single-player campaign for Battlefront 2 is one of the best Luke Skywalkers we've ever seen. That simple line, because when you're playing as Luke, you go in and you save this Imperial operative who you later end up playing as a little bit. I think you play as him, don't you? I can't remember. Well, you play as Luke in that mission anyway, and you rescue this guy. And, you know, he is an Imperial operative. You have been killing Imperial guys, and they, like, have orders to kill him, and he's surprised by this. It's like, why did you help me knowing who I am? And Luke Skywalker says to him, well, because you asked. And that is Luke Skywalker all over right there. The Luke that I know, that I love. Not so much the, I'm gonna murder my nephew, Luke Skywalker.
I never knew anything like that in the whole of my life.
This is a glass of water. Colorless. Tasteless. It contains...
Force Awakens can piss off into the void. See, I didn't have any problem with it being a retelling. The problem is that it was an incompetent retelling with nothing to say. You can actually tell interesting stories by using the same elements over again if you do it well, but it didn't. It's important to focus on the aspects of the movie where it truly fell short, and where it truly fell short was in having anything to say at all. It was a movie that existed to make money, and that was its great weakness. They really should. Honestly, they should decanonize the whole damn thing. Start over. We'll even I think that everyone can agree at this point, the fans would collectively just be like, fine. It would be more confusing and the reason I don't think is going to happen, it would be very confusing for the young fans, and the young fans are definitely who Disney's focused on right now. The kids who were introduced to Star Wars through The Force Awakens and such, like, they would be confused, to say the least. Small screen media is where it belongs, Vandal. The shows have been better than the movies for a while now, and the cartoons have been better than the live-action shows. Of course, we have the one live-action show, so I don't really have anything to compare that to. It's kind of a bullshit statement. Young fans that haven't seen the older ones. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It would confuse them if we were just like, hey, remember those movies that were how you got introduced to Star Wars? They didn't happen. Shut up, kid. Like, it would make us happy, but it's not like the sequels didn't make them money. It would certainly be one thing if the sequels did not make them any money. They'd be like, oh yeah, no, we're doing that again, and they're not canon, don't worry about it. But they made money, so they're gonna stick around.
The air, I can see it. I can see all the molecules.
Yeah, let's not even talk about the Holdo maneuver. Jesus, everything about the Holdo maneuver breaks everything in Star Wars. Like, as soon as that's an that even ruins scenes in Rebels. It ruins whole sections in Rebels when we have one small ship against the Star Destroyer, and they're like, we have no hope, and you're always like, well, just do the hyperspace thing, right? Apparently that works. Go for it. Yeah, it's true, Vandal. I think that what we really need to do is just move forward. Continue hiring better writers and directors and continue making new Star Wars and just sort of be like, yeah, we remember when the sequels happened, none of us like them. Move on. I don't even really, in my head, I don't consider them canon. They're just so stupid. And it really bothered me. I liked Poe. I did. From The Force Awakens, I liked Poe Dameron. And it bothered me that in the very next... for that matter, I liked Hux. I don't like Hux in the sense that I'm like, Hux is a cool guy and I want to get a beer with him. No, he seemed like a fucking maniac. Flavalicious, good to see ya. Hey, Dark Templars, how you doing? I thought Hux was actually really quite a cool character. He was like a young Tarkin, but without the more calculating political acumen. He had all the zeal, but he was raised to be a hard believer, whereas Tarkin was much more calculating and politically driven than that. And he was an interesting look into the mind of the young, new forces of the First Order, I thought. And then Last Jedi happened, and he just turned into a joke. Who was there to be beat up, because it was funny. The same thing happened to Poe. Poe was basically Wedge Antilles. He was the Wedge Antilles that we all read about in the novels, but never really got to see. And then we got a whole movie about how he's wrong for being a man, and I don't want to veer into political subjects here, but I think that it is objectively difficult to say. This is what bothers me about movies like the way Disney did it, because I know people get... I'm going to use the phrase one time because I hate the phrase. I'm going to use the phrase SJW. People like to rant about SJWs, and I'm usually like, yes, it's more complicated than that. But that was a perfect example of a soulless corporation jumping onto social trends for the purpose of making money without any real understanding of what the hell it means. Because it was just like they took a character and they're like, well, he has a penis, so he's wrong. And they dragged him through the mud for a whole movie. And it was crazy. It was crazy. And the person who wrote it had no understanding at all of actual military discipline or tactics because everything they did was wrong. I'm sorry, but the scene in The Last Jedi when Poe forms a mutiny, like, he was right to do that. He was absolutely 100% correct to mutiny against that crazy bitch that was about to get them all killed as far as he could tell. For the sake of his men, he needed to do that. He makes a mistake in the beginning of the movie that cost some lives and maybe wasn't the best thought out maneuver. Yeah, okay, sure. And maybe if the rebellion, the resistance, whatever, had been some fully fledged military at that point, it would make sense to reprimand him for it. But we're not talking about a fully fledged military. We're talking about like a few hundred people on a ship. And that's it. Like the raggedy freaking edge. And you're telling me that we're going to relieve him of command for that? Literally the only good commander you have? And then we're going to read him the riot act and then be like, you can't be trusted with even basic information. The guy's literally asking, like, just tell me that there's any plan at all. Tell me that there's some way that we're going to live through this and I will follow you. And she goes, no. No. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. Like, yeah, okay, mutiny time. Absolutely. Mutiny left, right, and center. I mean, yeah, that's true, Vandal. We all suck. Well, I wouldn't defect in that case. Because, Roland, you have to consider the people you'd be defecting to. Mutiny would be the right answer, and then maybe fleeing, but for the love of God, don't defect to the First Order. They're insane. And they'd probably just execute you. They'd interrogate you and torture you and then execute you. Of course I do, Hethrir. I'm the first person to talk about how much I suck. Yeah, go Smuggler. How about them Battlemax? I agree, Vergatarum. We do a lot of talking about Star Wars around here. I can't talk at length about the Battletech universe the way that I can about the Star Wars universe, though. There's not as much for me to crunch on. Is there a second order? I don't know that there is, Siestinator, by the way. Hey, good to see you. Welcome to the stream again.
Yo, I heard you liked Battlemechs. So I put a Battlemech in your Battlemech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
God, I hope not. Came back just in time for Stompy Robot Talk. How you doing, Painted Ogre? So, on the subject of Battletech, since we find ourselves there again, after getting this Imperial Sentry droid pretty much done, I'm going to try my hand at making a Sultic Round Facer, or Griffin, as you more than likely know the design. I've wanted one for a while, and I finally feel good enough about my 3D modeling that I'm pretty confident I could knock one out without too much trouble. So I'm going to take a couple of days. Oh my god, Problematic Gambler, you just made... Oh, I could have looked at the screen and seen that you were lying, and I was like, oh! That was sick. Griffin is easier to say, but I'm going to be making a Griffin that is very much the Sultic Round Facer, but updated. And a bit more posable. For 3D printing purposes. I'm sorry, American Mecha, not Battlemech. What am I saying? It's okay, Cat. I appreciate that that was your response. That is a sick thing to do. Alright. What do we want to do next on these guys here? do some white highlighting, then I can come in and do some dark washing and then re-highlight the gray a little bit. No, I'm going to do one more layer of highlights on the gray. And I'm going to go right to this wolf gray, because I'm then going to use that somewhat on the white. And tie them in together nicely. I watered my paints down a bit too much today. I've been doing that lately. Watched the first episode of Fang of the Sun, Dugram, yesterday. Yeah. Vergaderung, their stupid song that they sing is like one of the worst things about the series. The whole, like, the dog bows to the west, and we're cheering in the east, and it's like, what the hell is going on? I thought you just killed, like, a bunch of people? That first episode is weird, though, because it takes place in, like, do me a favor and try to figure out at what point over the course of the series that first episode actually takes place, because it's really hard to place it. It happens after they get the scientist and after they get the cannons for his arm. But it also has a character in it that dies later, so it has to be before that happens. I don't know, it's difficult to place. All I've seen so far. It's a good show. It's very 1970s Japan. You definitely have to be forgiving of the time period it was made in, but it's an excellent show. And I mean, you know, there are a lot of things about original, like, Battle Droids era Battletech that are definitely taken from Fang of the Sun Dugram, and not just the designs legally, but even some of the concepts and themes. Now, the show that the creator would go on to do later, Armored Trooper Votams, is, I think, a better show. But Dugram is excellent as well. So when you do the round facer, you're going to do the Kachima Special or the light armor round facer, the Griffin of the Jump. That would be a cool idea, Datron. Because, yeah, there was an episode when... Is the Kachima Special, was that the Special Forces one with the missile launchers in its cheeks? Now, I like the light armor version of the round facer. There was an episode where they're fighting the Dugram that the bad guys realize they're just being totally outclassed by Dugram, and their armor isn't really helping them, so they train an elite team, and they take a couple of Sultic round facers, and they strip all the armor off of them to make them faster. So what you end up with is basically, you know, some Griffins that are stripped down to their subframes, and then they have what amount to fabric oversuits put over them to cover up the fact that they don't have armor on. And it's really quite cool. That's the finale of Dragonaut. Genius to leave on a higher note is completely outside the rest of the story, but allows all the main characters, many of whom are dead by the end, to be together in a way they never were during the show. Much more lighthearted mini-plot for the episode. Yeah. And the first episode of Dugram also tells you the end of the Dugram, because that's where you guys have seen me post a few times an image of a Shadowhawk in the desert that is obviously abandoned. And they show you that in the first episode. That is the Dugram, and it's abandoned in the desert. Collapsed. Vikings, dude. 80 with the subscription. Thank you so much, Vikings. I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream. Now you get to watch it without commercials, and you get to use our super cool voice commands. That's something subscribers get. So, you know, if you feel like listening to Chaotic Harmony's voice, you have that option now. I am a fan of his novel 50 Shades of Cold Grey.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Just for the love of God.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held two brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for two brushes, one paint pot.
Why does it have to be an evil look? Why can't it be kind of a loving look? You know? Just because I'm apparently about to split some poor pot open. I could have the best of intentions, you don't know. I feel like it's very presumptuous of Chaotic. But I should go ahead and take this opportunity to mention it since we've been over the first rule of the Storm Report. How's the Storm Report doing? People getting some posts in? I haven't looked at it yet today. But if you're interested in sharing with us, and I would hope that you are, we have a little bit towards the end of the stream called the Storm Report, and by towards the end I mean it is the end of the stream every single time. And it is an audience shares section where you get the chance to get some of your work out there and maybe get a little feedback on something you've been working on, or really, you know, just share anything creative that you've been doing. And I love when people participate. I really do. It's one of my favorite bits. It inspires the shit out of me. We have a very interactive, very supportive artistic community here on the stream. And if you feel like participating, all you need to do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel marked The Storm Report, and post up to 3 pictures of something you've been working on, whether it be a model, whether it be photography, whether it be anything artistic. I want to see what you're doing. So post some pictures. We'll take a look at them a little bit later. This one edge is weirdly challenging to get to highlight. I have to, like, come at it from below. Guess I could come at it from above instead. It does kind of stick out. If I finish the Hunchback in time, we'll get to work! Mech Warriors, that's what we need. We absolutely do. Yeah, we've been getting some storms lately too, Hethrier. We got a pretty big one last night, even though it was short-lived. We're gonna get one tonight. I hope it doesn't roll in too soon, because it does affect my power pretty regularly. The seats are done in a kind of yellow ochre. So I think what I'm going to use... Dark Templar, chasing the storm. Dark Templar, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to where we bitch about Star Wars endlessly. And then occasionally get veered off into talking about Battletech. But the one thing that is forever is the bitching about Star Wars. That's constant. I can't help myself. All Stompy robots. Well, quite a bit of Stompy robots, to be fair. This, by the way, is Vallejo Model Air Wood. This yellow that I'm putting down here. It's going on pretty thin. Honestly, I can afford to put that on just like it is right out of the bottle. I didn't need to thin it any. Kursala, good to see you. How are things, man? Now we know if you vanish, it means you're out terrorizing the countryside. I mean, I'm going to do that anyway later tonight. But yeah, I think the Round Facer is my next project. I had somebody asking about me doing my Griffin 1S arm with the complete arm so that you can just chop the arm off and replace it. And I'm going to do that with the CGL style arm, and then I'm just going to dig right into making the full Sultic Round Facer. And I'm probably just going to make it in parts, much in the way that Kursala has done with some of his, so that you can sort of pose it as you want before you print it. Because that's how I like my files to come. So the least I can do is give you guys files made in that same format. Now I see where I neglected to do that. A couple of spots, actually. We talk about how Tekkaman needs to be redone like I need it. I don't have a whole lot to offer on that particular one. Is there a custom unit design for Legion? Great custom modeling, by the way. Vikings dude, how do you mean in particular? Custom unit design. The factions are divided up along the lines you probably recognize from the films. There's Clone Wars era and Galactic Civil War era. Oh, you've decided to divide your photo use up efficiently, have you, Roland? Well, that's good. Planning ahead is smart. Like stats and stuff. There are fans who do some of their own custom unit cards. And within the basic framework of the game, your units have upgrade slots, so you can take a basic unit and you can customize it to the purpose that you want it to have by giving it different upgrades and equipment. As far as making up your own units, I mean, nobody's going to stop you from doing that. They wouldn't be official, but, you know, who cares? Certainly not I. There are actually some pretty active fan-based communities for Star Wars Legion that make up a lot of their own stats and units and everything. I personally do a lot of proxying. Like, these bikes are just meant to function as the basic speeder bike unit for the Galactic Empire within the context of the game. I've just made my own model for it. Stevie! Stevie. I'm just gonna keep saying that name. It's a lot of fun. It's probably Stebby, knowing my luck. Stevie, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. What I would need to do is get Tekkaman Blade model done, because Tekkaman Blade was seriously underrated. Just wasn't sure if the ones that you make yourself are units that already existed in the game. Vikings, dude, for the most part they are. I do a lot of proxying and counts as. Like, I've done, you might have seen the Imperial Sentry droids that I've got coming together. There is no rule for the Imperial Sentry droid in Star Wars Legion, but I'm using these models to represent the Death Troopers, and I'm doing that because I'm a hipster who hates popular things. I'm not a fan of almost anything that came from Rogue One, so I kind of replace all of it. Aha! I got it right! Stevie. The bestest of the 2010s. It's certainly changed the texture of Star Wars for a lot of people. Oh, hey, that finished printing. I'm going to give that a minute and then break it off. It's not going to take long, because it is a very, very small profile that attaches it to the build plate. I remember the Dark Troopers. Yeah, the ones from Dark Forces. That's exactly why. And see, these were put, these Imperial Sentry droids were in Star Wars Legion. Not Star Wars Legion. Star Wars Rebels. They were in the episode The Winkathu Job. And as soon as I saw them, I was like, okay, first of all, these things are nothing compared to Dark Troopers, the way Dark Troopers were written. Dark Troopers would have stomped all over these damn things, because the Dark Troopers had, like, concussion grenade launchers on their arms and crap. Like, I think it was like 3 of them that they used to completely destroy the Rebel base on Dantooine. Like, they were tough as hell. The Sentry droids are not as tough, but visually it is obvious to me that these are meant to be an homage to the Dark Trooper. Yeah, I can give you a closer look. I think I can probably do that for you. Hang on a second. Fusion missiles, concussion cannon. Yeah, they had crazy shit. The Dark Troopers were, like, way overpowered, but they were also meant to be, like, you know, boss characters within the context of the game, so I need to shave my beard. God, it's all scraggly. Let me see here. Adjust my focus a bit for you here. Now, I had to do a revision on this model. One of the things is that the facial details were not deep enough for me, but you can kind of see the shape of the eye and the little muzzle that he has on there, and then the cut-ins on the cheeks. And then he has kind of this little flared-out thing around his helmet. And he has 2 lines running back along his head, but they're very, very shallow on this print, so I made them deeper and wider. But he's got like a mean little evil-eyed face on him. Now, I've changed these. He does look pretty Space Marine. I mean, to be fair, though, the Space Marines were like... Space Marine helmets are just like angry grill face. That's pretty standard for sci-fi. And the Stormtroopers had the exact same thing on them, too. They all kind of borrow from one another. They do look very Space Marine-y, though. It came out pretty good altogether. The face details got deeper. The model overall got bigger. I made it a good, like, 4 millimeters taller and bulkier overall because I want them to tower over people, and the weapons
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
So I'm looking forward to the next few prints that I do of those. I've got one on the plate now, and it's only about half done. I'm printing a bunch more Mandalorians and another guy. No more Candy Wars. The Candy Wars are done. The Candy Wars were won. They had a distinct loser, and that loser was Red Vines and Albanese Gummy Bears. Original series Cylon? Yeah. The same thing with the original series. I mean, yeah. Evil robot with glowing red eyes and a grill for a mouth is, like, so generic. Yeah, it's generic for a reason. G.I. John. Now for the Sandwich Wars. I mean, didn't BLTs already win the Sandwich Wars? I'm pretty sure they did. Oh, I need to adjust my focus again. There we go. I'm not going to argue with grilled cheese either. See, here's the problem. I don't have a strong opinion on a sandwich not being good. I like all sandwiches pretty much equally. Well, not equally. That's unrealistic. But I do like most sandwiches. I enjoy a Monte Cristo sandwich. And that's barely even a sandwich. That's a dessert. I mean, I guess a sandwich can be a dessert. It really just describes the method, the shape of the food more than the contents of it. You can have almost anything be in a sandwich. French dips are good. French dip sandwiches. I watched an interesting thing recently on the origins of the French dip sandwich and how it got started in, like, California. Doesn't that always seem to be the way of things? If a food is named French anything, or, I mean, generally, if a food is named after a particular place, it usually was made in, like, California. It has nothing to do with the place it was named after. Obviously, that's not universally true, but it is humorously true in the case of a few foods. Or Las Vegas in the case of the Caesar salad. Are they Mexican? I thought the Caesar salad was invented in Las Vegas at Caesar's Palace. Or at least, if not invented... See, that's the funny thing. You can't say that a food was invented almost anywhere, because most dishes have been invented numerous times by numerous people in numerous places over the course of years, independently. But it was certainly popularized there. Really, I didn't know that. I agree the burrito is just about the perfect food, because you can put almost anything in a burrito. The saying the burrito is a perfect food is like saying the sandwich is a perfect food. It's hard to argue with either of those, because they're just a method of putting meats and breads and shoving them in your mouth. Which, as it turns out, is just a great idea overall. Whoops. I'm going way too soft on my highlights. I'm going to jump straight to white. Before I give this a little bit more. I'll take a look at it, Captain. Soylent Green is the bestest, most efficient food ever. I agree, it's delicious. Oh, carnitas nachos, you guys. You just like torturing me when I'm painting. That's the ticket. Shouldn't fool around with those intermediary colors quite so much. I go to all the effort of Zenithal and dry brush, and then I'm like, oh, forget that, do it all by hand again. Doesn't actually make any sense. I do that to save myself time, and then I end up wasting a bunch of it. Oh, wobbly hand. There we go. Great little shop on Tukiyid where they make some excellent clam chowder. They cook a mean mean king crab there, I hear. All the mixing of paint that I'm doing today is coming out too watery. I wonder why that is. Is it my palette, or am I just being foolish? Probably a combination of the two, only because it always is. This song is weird. It's a bit too active for me. Anyone seen the new can't talk the words real good. Seen the new info on Cyberpunk? I don't know that I have, Vandal. Enlighten me. I heard that it got delayed again, but that's not exciting news. That's kind of not even necessarily bad news. Like, I'd certainly like it to come out, but I'd also rather they take their time on that game than rush it out if they need the time, you know? I'm willing to place some trust in CD Projekt Red. They're one of the few companies out there that I would give money sight unseen for a product. And I'll probably regret that one day, but I haven't so far, so... I always regret trusting companies too much, you know? Gotta head out. Wanted to stop by to see the channel, drop in more often. Have a good evening, everyone. Vikings dude, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate the follow. I appreciate you hanging out, and I hope to see you again. We'll be back Sunday. Same Thunder time, same Thunder channel. Painting probably something different. I bounce from IP to IP pretty rapidly on this channel, depending on what I'm in the mood for. I showed off the 3 origin areas. Interesting. I need to take a look. Because, yeah, I'm behind the times if they're showing off new stuff. Should make this area larger so that it's not such a pain to paint. It's an interesting idea. Well, with me being the one who made the model, it's an interesting feeling, because this is normally the part when I'm painting something where I'd go, why did this asshole make this part so small? And then I'm like, oh, but I did that. That was me. So I'll have to ask him. Just heard that print separate, so I'm going to go remove that from the plate, and we're going to get another one started. Yeah, he said, I'm going to go form my own Star League with Blackjack 2Cs and Tubies. Check and make sure that my brass rod fits this. It does, it fits it beautifully. Excellent. Turns out I know how to work a pair of calipers. Aren't I special? Now, the only supports on here should be here. Why is that welded to the base quite so firmly? I don't know. Break this off. I'm gonna be careful I don't break off the part that it's supporting. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put a little independent connection to the main body here, because I realize this is actually a fairly fragile part. Go. drop that in my pallet. Or it has this funny little tube, like a drain tube coming off of it, and I think I want to put a connection between here just to make it more solid overall. Little part on top didn't print. That's okay, it was really pretty fine. I'll probably remove that in the final design. There's this little base plug here that should come right out. All in all, though, everything printed pretty nice. No overhang issues. So I was going to wind up making my own moisture evaporators anyway, just because the ones that were available irritated me because they didn't have the chamfers that you really need to make these print nice. They wound up being a huge pain. You had to bump it up to something like 30% infill before it would really print. But this one prints nice and solid at 7% infill. And it fits the brass rods that I use, which is nice. I need to print a base for it. And next up is going to be the more advanced version of this one with the struts on it. I've got like 4 different versions of moisture evaporators. God, that looks amazing, doesn't it? In white, you can't even fucking see it. White filament is the worst. But I was using it because I just printed a bunch of light diffusers from my light arch. They're just 0.3mm thick sheets of white PLA, effectively. Either way, the print came out nice. You guys will get to see finished versions of that later. That does sound pretty cool, Roland. I'm glad they're doing that, the fan-driven e-zine again. I think that's a good move for the universe in general. Let me know if/when that gets in. I'm going to want to check it out. Yeah, battle technology. The good old days. Battletech has seen a major resurgence lately, though, so I've got high hopes for being able to bring back some of the old publications and more regular releases of rules. Not so much rules as variants. towards the center of my palette where I don't have any random bits of medium because that white got really, really watered down in a way that I didn't mean for it to. Just one little bit of water, and we'll be good. I think it's that I've reused this piece of parchment paper too many times. It's become maybe a bit more porous than it was when I started. Yeah, that's better. You reuse parchments? Painted Ogre sometimes. That actually started... I didn't, and then the lockdown happened. And I was out of parchment paper, and I couldn't go out for a little while, so I started washing and reusing parchment paper. It's not an ideal practice, it's just something I started doing for the sake of efficiency. It can work a few times, but after you do it 2 or 3 times, it doesn't work so well. And now it's kind of like a habit. You remember that time during the lockdown? That's when we all learned to use the 3 seashells. Oh yeah, and normally I have a lot of it lying around. It was just a poor, like, you don't even use that much of it when you go through it regularly. I had the same roll for well over a year, and it just happened to coincide with the lockdown that I ran out, or started to run out, so I started preserving as much of it as I could. And then once I realized you could do that, I kind of started doing it at times just to be lazy. Like, oh, I need to change out my parchment paper, but that takes like 10 whole minutes, whereas this will take me 5. I'm not defending it as a practice, I'm just explaining it. And now it's biting me in the ass a little bit, because yeah, it roughs it up a little bit, water starts to flow through it a little bit differently. And then you wind up with a little bit of the swamp effect on your wet palette if you're not careful. I do want some of this more watered down white now. Look at these nerds arguing fictional history in chat. It's fairly in-depth at this point. I'm just kind of sitting back and letting it happen, you know, remembering to breathe. He doesn't know how to use the 3 seashells. What's up, Pesmotion? Good to see you. I can't laugh like Rob Schneider. I don't think anybody can laugh like Rob Schneider. Not really. If people could laugh exactly like Rob Schneider, then Rob never would have had a career, because that was most of what he did. If my wife asks, I'm also doing the dishes. I'm gonna come at you like a spider monkey. How you doing, Flav? How are things? Kat, are you around? Would you give me a shout-out for Flavalicious? Unless you already did, even earlier in the stream, and I just didn't notice it. God, I'm the worst. Yeah, I saw you earlier, and I wasn't sure if we got a shout-out for you earlier. Flav, I talked to you earlier, for God's sake. Well, I talked at you earlier. It's probably more accurate to say. I'll try to get you some pictures of that mat here soon, man. It's been a busy weekend. I need to go out to the game room. I need to tear down my current Star Wars board, lay out that mat, and bust out Trinity City on it. I've done small tests on my paint desk, and it looks like everything is going to fit. I just think we could use, you know, some good pictures is all. Yes, I'm gonna bust the nut on Trinity City. That's exactly what I said and exactly what I meant. You got me. Probably a good safety tip for anyone considering coming to my game room to play with me. Don't bring any black lights. And maybe don't put any of my terrain in your mouth. Because apparently I nut all over it. What can I say? I get excited, you know? I do actually keep a massive stash of snacks in the game room, that is true. It's a sake cup. You can buy sake in these, and then you just drink it right out of the cup. Significant focusing issues the last couple of minutes. I must just be moving out of my focus zone. I'll try to improve that for you. Hang on, let me check out my actual settings. Okay, this should be about the region I want it. Better? Excellent. You get to sleep in tomorrow, Roland. That's fucking exciting, dude. I love sleeping in. It's one of my all-time favorite things to do. I love a day when I genuinely have nothing that I need to do over the course of the day, and I can just fucking sleep and sleep and sleep, and then you wake up, and you're like, maybe I should get up. You lay there for like a half hour and just go, nah. And just go right back to sleep. Those are the best days. Don't get enough of those. I don't think anybody gets enough of those. It's one of those things where once you do get enough of those, then you start to get too many of those, and that's because you're like, unemployed and depressed. Double-edged sword, that one. What's sleep? If you can believe it, Gear Falcon, it's when you shut your eyes and you don't do anything for a while. I'm pretty pleased with how this is painting up so far. Guys, let me just say something real quick, too. This is... I guess it's not the first time, because technically when I painted the Imperial Troop Transport would be the first time, but this is the first time I've sat down and put some effort into painting a model that I don't want to say designed. I didn't design it from scratch, but that I built from scratch. And I'm pleased with myself that I took this idea and I took some concept art and I made it and I printed it and now I'm painting it. It's kind of cool. It's a good feeling. Now, a few of you guys already know how that feels, Kursala, for Gadarum, and I gotta say, I like it. It's a good feeling. It's an accomplishment. It feels like an accomplishment. Storm Report for finished minis only, Gear Falcon? Absolutely not. The Storm Report is for essentially anything artistic that you feel like sharing. It doesn't, I mean, if it's a mini, it doesn't have to be finished. Work in progress is more than welcome. It doesn't even have to be anything you finished recently. It could be something you painted a while ago. It could be something that you had somebody paint for you on commission. It doesn't even have to be a miniature. But no, it certainly is not just for finished minis. Well, thank you, Datron. Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous, bro! Honestly, I consider myself, like, I talk a lot on this stream about don't beat yourself up, let other people do that for you. I'm about the worst at that. Like, I say it because I struggle with it. I have very little confidence in my own abilities, artistically. Generally speaking. And I want to say that so that you know where I'm coming from. Mostly because I was about to use the phrase, man, if I can do this, anybody can do this. Which is, it's a self-deprecating phrase, and it's not healthy, and I shouldn't say it. Neither should you. But the fact is, I started this whole journey with no 3D design skills whatsoever, and over the course of really just the last year, I've gotten to this point. And I feel like if you're willing to put in the work and do some learning, and importantly, if you have the time, you can make this easy. It's more interesting when you're painting your own model. Having intimate knowledge of it means you can see and do things you might not otherwise have been able to do. It's true, Kursala. And while I'm painting this, I'm thinking about things like, next time I'm going to do something a little bit differently. Next time I'm going to move this detail a little bit, or that detail a little bit, because I can see how it would be easier to paint that way. I like the design aspect. I like making things from scratch. I like being able to go in and change things once I realize that they're not quite what I wanted them to be. And it gives you some perspective on miniature designers and the difficulties that they go through, because it's not easy. It's not easy to think of every little thing. You'll design something thinking, yeah, that looks amazing, and then when you get it done, when you get the final product in your hand, you're like, that actually doesn't work as well as I thought it was going to work. And all you can think of are ideas for how you're going to do it next time. But overall, I'm pleased with these models. I think I'll make some changes to the way that they print for the next round that I do, because I'm going to have to do at least 2 squads of these guys. At least that many. They come in units of 2, so I'm going to wind up painting between 4 and 6 of them. When you get to a part and it's hard to paint, you're like, I remember when I did that. I thought I was super clever. It turns out I wasn't. I'm going to mix a little warm off-white into my wood color here. Some skeleton bone. Highlight my seat. I desperately want to make a Veritech hover tank, because I'm one of 3 people in the world who actually like Southern Cross. You should give it a try, Datrant. The thing about the design that I've learned, particularly for hard surface design, which is what a lot of this is for those of us who are fans of Battletech and robot minis and so on and so forth. We're doing this hard surface design, which is different than organic surface design. It works more with primitives and basic shapes than it does with like high poly meshes. If you break it down into small enough pieces, it's just not that hard to build. Take anything you want to make and break it down into a series of cubes and cylinders and rectangles and just assemble it that way out of as small a parts as you can possibly imagine. And it takes a while, but as you keep adding parts and adding parts and adding parts, eventually it appears. You're like, oh yeah, that's the thing I was trying to build. That the Imperial Sentry Droid I put together started off as, I'm just gonna make a cylinder in the middle of nowhere, and here we go. Before you know it, I have what looks like a robot. reason I was able to do the rainbow arm panels on that Orion is because I stared at them while zoomed in, way the hell in, for hours. Yeah. And it gets faster the more you do of it, but it's like so many things, there's nothing for it but to just do it, and then do it again, and then keep doing it, and then do it some more, and then you think you're done, but you're not, and then you go and you do it again. It's almost like practicing things makes you better at them. Weird. Who would ever have thought that? I certainly wouldn't have. Make it sound so easy. I mean, really, it is fundamentally pretty simple, though, Kursal. I mean, you know. But guys, I'm a big sufferer from Dunning-Kruger effect on all sides of the spectrum. If I get good at doing something, I'll turn around and go, well, it's easy, because I can do it. Anybody can do it then. Which isn't necessarily true. Anybody can do it if you have the amount of time and interest that I have to devote to it, which is not necessarily the case. I mean, hell, anybody can do anything if they have the time, the interest, and the means. But that's, not really a meaningful statement, is it? It's like celebrities that get in super crazy good shape. It's like, shit, anybody could do that if they had thousands of dollars to spend every single month on a personal trainer and huge amounts of time to devote to working with that trainer. Yeah, anybody could. What I'm really trying to say at the core here, guys, is give yourself credit. Give yourselves credit for being good at things. I know it's hard to do sometimes. It's something I suffer from. But you deserve to give yourself credit because most of the world won't. Part of my problem, on a personal level, Kat and Hethria will know what I'm talking about, is that as a young man, I was a bit of a douchebag. And I spent a lot of time much more confident about certain things in my life and certain ideas that I held than in retrospect I deserved to have about them. And it was mostly because I was fairly sheltered and fairly privileged and fairly ignorant. And at a certain point in my life, I came to a realization that those things were true. And I think on some level I might have overcorrected. I spent a long time intentionally doing away with internal thoughts about how good I was at things, because I realized that many of those thoughts I'd had when I was younger were undeserved. And like I said, I think I overcorrected a bit, because now I do struggle with that somewhat. these days it's more like I have trouble believing anything I'm doing really is any good. I wouldn't say that I have trouble, like, I'm not, like, you know, suffering significantly from that as a major life issue or anything like that. It's just something. It's just one of those little things, you know. We've all got our problems. How's this bike looking to you guys? I'm not sure how much more work I want to put in on it. I'm gonna go ahead and give a black wash to the dark parts of it to sort of even out the highlights. If they were gross before, I'm sure they're gross today. The problem with your statement, Cat Harmony, is that they were never gross. They were always delicious. That's my secret, Cap. I'm always delicious. Thank you so much for that shout out, Cat Harmony. How you doing, buddy boy? You were streaming earlier, weren't you? I think I saw you. Streaming. No, he's not. No, Cat, don't know. You already disagreed with him and you told him to shush up. So you have now agreed with me. And Cat Ion is officially on the side of the avocado disagreement that is objectively correct, that being the side that thinks avocados are delicious. And unfortunately, the opportunity to switch sides on that has passed. That door has closed. So, Cat, welcome to the winning side. Yeah, the wizard really does look nice, man. You did a great job on that. Yeah, I know what you mean, Shabio. I know what you mean. And it is the kind of habit you gotta kick. Tearing yourself down, nobody's gonna reward you for it, you know? The only thing people are going to do is maybe take advantage of it. Guacamole. I could go for some guacamole right now. There aren't any good avocados right now. At least there weren't the last time I was at the store. You were the chosen one. It was said you would destroy the guacamole, not join it. here. Do some detailing on that. That's good there. This needs some. Y'all are lucky I'm such a accepting, understanding guy. Because avocados never hurt anybody. They're a wonderful, fantastic product of the bountiful Mother Earth. They taste and are delicious. They have a creamy, pleasant texture and a pleasing color. And if I were a lesser man, I might hold your blaspheming against you, but I am not that lesser man. It's okay. People are allowed to be wrong. That's one thing I'd really like to emphasize here on the stream. You're allowed to be wrong about things. You really are. I would bet money that avocados kill people. No, that avocado's never killed anyone. Puck Dunter, I would argue that's a case of a person hurting themselves. The avocado has no idea that you're allergic to it. It's just happily, codding along, having a grand old time, and a human comes out of nowhere and eats it, and starts choking, and it's like, well, hey man, I didn't want you to eat me. It wasn't my idea. I would take your following and leave you with your empire in ruin. Well, it's not much of an empire, to be fair. A little bit more on the edges. Of course, a lot of this part that I'm just putting little details on here is going to be covered up by the butt of a scout trooper, but, what are you going to do? Yeah, Roland, even I am not on board with that. I'm not, no. Make a butt print on the seat. I mean, that's unnecessary. I'm gonna put a butt on the seat. It's better than a butt print. You really reaching with that one, Vergaderung. Avocados with Listeria. That's nonsense. That's like saying... That's ridiculous. You know, steak is poisonous, you guys. Steak that's rotten has killed people before. Duh, duh. That's not an argument. Okay, I'm not at all happy about the growth of avocados for the most part, in the same way that I'm not happy about the growth of quinoa and the destruction that it wreaks upon the environment. That's, again, that's the fault of people. I really don't understand the vile and unnatural hatred of avocados that I have encountered here in this chat, but I do find it interesting. Insane, perhaps, but interesting. That'll do for the seat. Should probably work on the driver a little bit. I got nothing, guys. I can't. I'm not going to engage you in your unnatural and frankly disturbing loathing of avocados. I can't make you like good things. You know, I try sometimes. I sit here and I explain to you why things are good and why you should like them. But if the delicious, fulfilling, and downright aesthetically, culinarily, and spiritually pleasing texture of the avocado does nothing for you, I mean, I can't help you. Really, Samare. Share some of your very first attempts at 3D modeling and animation from 17 years ago. I am interested in seeing that. Why do you know what what eating that is like for Gadarung? That's my main question. How many gift subs for butt imprints? Would that be one for each cheek? That's pretty good overall. I'm gonna do a quick touch-up. controls? Oh my god, he did it. I definitely should have made it more than 2. For butt imprints. What? Why would you... What would that... Let me see where his butt's actually gonna go. Butt imprints, huh? Y'all are sick. Let me see what I got here. Darken that up a bit. Because reasons. Now we require 4 butts. That's actually 2 butts. Four cheeks, 2 butts, no skid marks. How the hell? This is stupid. This is one of the dumbest things I have ever willingly done. A nice dark spot for where the butt's gonna go here. Right about in here. Darker with that. I've done far dumber things, but not necessarily willingly, Hathrier, and I won't confess otherwise. Oh, actually, this is a good one. The pink cockpit worked out, Sentient Pickle. It seemed like a crazy idea, and then I painted it, and it actually looked really good. I maintain this is dumber than that. Yeah, it was a great idea. Come on. So are you back to playing Legion? Revelations Universe, I have been lately. It is a game that I can easily play in a short amount of time with my wife, so it has been what's been getting a lot of play recently. Now we are painting the place where the butt goes. How big is a 28mm butt, do you suppose? Each cheek would be about like that, I'm thinking. Well, there's that too, downslide. But this one has more rules. Hey! I'll let that dry. And we'll put a couple of little wear marks so you get some depth to it. You like it, Pond Burn? I'm glad. It's like 2 avocados. Y'all are ridiculous. When you post this on Reddit, people will be like, wow, this guy's really professional. He even painted on the butt prints. The butt prints are going to be covered by the damn scout bikers driving the bikes. You realize that? But yes, I'm sure I'm going to get lots of praise for the butt prints. I'll be sure to include a special angle so you can see them. Like, and if you remove... People love that crap. It's always like, you know, and if you open up the rhino, you can see that I've painted the bolters mounted to the inside, and there's a screen where you can see there's a readout of the radar system, and yada yada yada. I'm gonna be like, well, if you remove the scout trooper, you can see where his ass has imprinted itself into the seat. And there, if you look close, is a little skid mark right down the middle. Not many painters have that kind of devotion. No, when you say it like that. But we'll know. How you doing, Downslide? Good to see you, man. Never underestimate Easter eggs, or Easter butts, as it were, am I right? I'm probably not right, that was stupid. You're going down a path I can't follow. I feel decent about this bike overall. Easter asses. Easter ass. Which one is this? That has the single mount. So it is going to be... which biker? This biker. Oh man, I didn't realize how much time had passed. We have about 20 minutes until the storm report is going to be closed for today, you guys. So if you want to get your pictures in to be seen, make sure you get them in here pretty soon. No, Roland, no. Thank you for humoring my butt print. Cat, I will humor your butt print any day. Whichever biker has the biggest ass. The one that's gonna leave the biggest butt print. The old badonkadonk trooper. A much maligned and underappreciated variant of the Imperial Stormtrooper. Vaguely. Only vaguely? I'm not doing my job then. So what's the lore on the butt print? Well, if you're familiar with the Clone Wars, which you really, really should be, there was a little-known variant of droid that, because of how heavy its weapon system was, it had to be counterbalanced to the rear. And it wound up being like a Kim Kardashian bot, effectively. And, you know, thanks to the nature of Star Wars fandom, this just kind of stuck. Sort of like the ice cream machine guy from Empire Strikes Back, the guy who's running down the hallway with an ice cream machine. So, little known fact, they actually went back for the remaster of Return of the Jedi, and if you look very, very closely at the Scout Trooper, who, and not a lot of people know this, there are two Scout Troopers in the initial scene with Luke Skywalker and Leia. And, you know, they distract the one. Han Solo sneaks up behind him, and he steps on the stick, and the guy goes, "Hey!" and turns around. And as the other scout trooper is looking back, he does this little move where he looks at the camera, and if you look really, really closely, he leans forward and he hits a couple switches, and you can see his ass print right there in the seat. And it was added with CGI later. This is one of the re-release details. So actually, it has a true pedigree in the Star Wars universe, putting Scout Trooper ass prints in. I'm bullshitting. None of this is even remotely true. Nobody should believe anything I say. Yeah, right? Somebody should make a whole movie about that. Somebody get Gareth Edwards in here. What is it that Ryan George in his bit on Rogue One, he's like, do you remember that thing in A New Hope where we were like, hey, and as part of the opening crawl, where we're like, hey, well, some Imperial or some Rebel spies have stolen plans to the new Death Star. Yeah, I remember that. Well, that we're gonna make a movie about that, like a whole movie. Oh, okay. Now you have to paint a seat print on his ass for Godarung. This is like Assception over here. Has anyone made that movie yet? Assception? Is that not a thing?
Everyone has had too much of now. From megacities like
I need to look at...
desolate outlands.
Yes, for whatever reason, the straps on their knee pads are in fact white.
How it used to feel is what the people
I thought they might be.
And Rememory offers us exactly that. Retros. Remembered treasures of the forgotten past.
His pants are black, but his midsection is white. The Scout Trooper uniform overall is a strange one. Yeah, a Brazzers movie. There you go. Is it wrong? I want to give the Russos a Star Wars... At this point, I'd fucking give everybody a Star Wars movie. Who gives a shit? It doesn't mean anything anymore. Taika Waititi's getting a Star Wars trilogy, so fucking... Okay, cool. Didn't they give Quentin Tarantino a Star Trek movie? Like, I don't think anything matters anymore, you guys. I love the Scout helmets, though. Yeah, their helmets are among the coolest. It's mostly that I always have to look up reference pictures of them, because, like, this midsection here that looks like it should be black, like the undersuit of a Stormtrooper uniform, is actually white. And their boots are white, but their gloves are black. Cat Ion, thank you so much for the reminder, ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemex. You have 10 minutes left to get in your entries for the Storm Report if you are interested in participating today. For anyone who might be here, who might not know what the fuck I am talking about, the Storm Report is an audience art share segment at the end of every stream. It's a lot of fun, and if you're wondering whether or not you should submit something to it, I would encourage you to go ahead and give it a try. I think you'll have a good time.
Nobody wants more of it.
It doesn't have to be the best work you've ever done. It doesn't even have to be finished.
And Rememory offers us exactly that. Retros. Remembered treasures of the forgotten past.
All you have to do to participate is jump into the
Welcome, everyone,
Thunderhead Studio
to
Discord
Thunderhead Studios.
and listen to
where
Chaos.
the only rule is
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. It's really my one request. Post any picture you want. I'm not terribly, picky. Just make sure it's not of your fucking junk. It's a simple enough rule, isn't it? It's one everybody's been able to abide by so far. Except maybe Kursala, but we decided that robot junk doesn't count. The last truly great Star Trek or Star Wars movie to come out was First Contact. I have my issues with First Contact. Now, I'm not going to say First Contact was a bad movie, but it had some goofery going on, for sure. Overall, it's still a very positive film. It's a positive watching experience for me, even today. But I don't feel like any of the Next Generation movies were particularly good. But the best thing I can say about First Contact was it's a damn sight better than Generations or Insurrection, but that is, that's condemnation by faint praise. That's the old, kicking the nuts sure beats a poke in the eye. Or Nemesis. God, that movie was terrible. I recently rewatched Nemesis because I thought, it can't be as bad as I remember. I'm being too harsh on it. No, that movie sucked. Like, really bad. The Undiscovered Country. I mean, at least the original series movies, they had their quality ones. Their odd-numbered movies were bad, and the even-numbered movies were pretty solid for the most part. I feel like you can redeem almost the entirety of the original series movies by just saying Wrath of Khan. Because that movie is still to this day just a fantastic film. Like, remove the fact that it's Star Trek from it entirely and just take it as a movie on its own. Pretend like you knew nothing about the characters going in. And while it would be slightly more confusing, it would still be a great movie. Yeah, I agree. I watched The Search for Spock again recently. I don't remember why, it just sort of came up. And I feel like I was maybe harsher on that movie than it really deserves. But then, recent film development... It's a funny sort of thing how new movies coming out that are truly awful can make you more forgiving of older movies that you thought were bad. It's just, gaining perspective with time. My biggest problem with The Search for Spock is the sort of weird storyline impact that it has on Wrath of Khan. Just removing a lot of the not tension, but the... not even payoff. The stakes. It lowers the stakes of Wrath of Khan. And, overall is insane. I'll say, though, that the miniature work that they did for, oh, hell. Was it in the Undiscovered Country that they crashed the Klingon bird of prey into the San Francisco Bay? Or am I misremembering which one that's in? I mean, yeah, that's true, Samare, but yeah, it's kind of hard not to be aware of it these days, though, isn't it? It's hard to judge things from a... That was 4, yeah, that was the one with the whales, where the stupid space probe shows up, and it's turning everything off, and it's blasting everybody with space rays, and they're like, oh, the only people who can talk to it are whales, and they're extinct. Okay, yes. So, that scene, though, when they crash the bird of prey into the water, is some of the best miniature work they ever did. It really, in my opinion, that's some of the best miniature work they ever did. Say what you will about the rest of that movie, I really enjoyed that particular scene. If only for the craft of it. And good miniature work kind of defines Star Trek overall. Well, maybe not defines, but it certainly, there is a lot of it over the various series. Humpback Whale Star Trek is best Star Trek. I don't dislike that movie. But then it is one of the even-numbered ones. And the even-numbered Star Trek movies just work for whatever reason. That and the destruction of the Klingon bird of prey in Star Trek 6, which is reused in Generations, but whatever. Yeah, I thought that they reused that in Generations. When they killed Lursa and what's her name? The big boobied Klingon chicks. Bator. It's been a long time since I've watched Generations. The movie where they were like, maybe we can squeeze some more money out of Shatner. As it turns out, yeah, they could. An aging Kirk coming back to fist fight with fucking Malcolm McDowell was one of the weirdest things. And then die again. It did. It definitively did, Samare. It completely undermines the point of them doing their whole final adventure. Like, they had the whole final adventure and everybody signs off and they're like, yeah, but, you know, a little bit more Kirk. Just a little bit more Kirk. Like, oh, well, why did we do that then? Just sent you a link to the new Cyberpunk video of Vandal Noir. I'll be checking that out here short. Oh shit, we're about to hit 3:30. I have not worked as fast today as I had hoped that I would. I've had a little bit of a problem with the consistency of my paints, and I've been fighting with my brush a little bit, so I didn't get as much done today as I had hoped, but we did take one of our bikes. It's good to get a comparison. from here to here. And I like being able to do two of the same model at the same time, because you can get a comparison like this, because it can be sort of easy to lose track of the work that you're doing. But here on the left, we have essentially where we started with only one quick coat of gray, and then we got where we landed with one of the bikes on the other side. It's definitely coming together. I think it needs a little bit more work, and I want to get this driver done. And I'm going to see if I can't get these done in the next couple of days. That's going to be my goal. So thank you for saying so, Samara. And I have jaundice. Yeah, the jaundice has been slowing me down. My skin's yellow. You know, I'm all sluggish. I've got conjunctivitis. It's just, you get the yellow... No, I don't have any of that. I do look a little sickly, though. I'm going to have to adjust my color balance a little bit for next time. So all in all, not bad for a minute. You know, and with models like these, too, the more you do them, the faster they go. I'm pretty pleased with how the details are popping out on this guy, though. I think these bikes are going to look real good, particularly next to... And this is really why I want to get it done. I've got to print up another one of these, because I've changed a lot of the details on it, and I added some more protuberances. That's a fun word, isn't it? Protuberance? But, you know, we've got our Imperial troop transport from Rebels, and then we're going to have our... Imperial speeder bikes to go right alongside them. So we're going to have a whole Lothal occupation force. I think these are going to look pretty cool once I get them all done. And there's a butt print there. I didn't detail the butt print, Cat. I'm sorry, but you can see where the butt goes. We'll do a little bit more detail on the butt print. I'll tell you the one thing in Star Trek I'm most irritated about. You want to know what the thing in Star Trek I'm most irritated about is, guys? Do you want to know? The one thing in all of Star Trek that irritates me the most. It's a good answer, Vandal. But no, it's not Discovery. Discovery does irritate me, don't get me wrong. I'll give you 10 seconds to guess. Roland got the closest. That would have been good. And no, it's not Will. I like Will Wheaton. I even like Wesley Crusher as a character. I know people might look at me funny for saying that, but I don't mind Wesley. I think Wesley was not a great character by himself, but he was an excellent, not foil, but he was an excellent character for Picard to play off of. And I think that without Wesley, we wouldn't have gotten a lot of the character growth that we got out of Jean-Luc Picard. And I always thought that Jean-Luc Picard's relationship with Wesley and with his mother was some of the... I enjoyed their relationship. The thing that annoys me the most, guys... we never got Captain Worf. We've had decades, and we never got a show about a ship that was captained by Worf. How the hell did that happen? They talked about it a number of times. They claimed that it was in production at least twice, and it just never happened. And that's a fucking travesty. Yeah, no, I do not count that bullshit in First Contact. He's in charge of the Defiant, and he immediately tries to commit suicide against a Borg cube, and then he gets saved, and it's just like, well, you're on the Enterprise now. Let's travel through time. Like, what the fuck? Come on. I don't count that. Yeah, we got some of the best Worf ever in Deep Space Nine, in my opinion. It's Deep Space Nine that made me want Captain Worf more than anything. I feel like Worf didn't... Like, he got development, obviously, in The Next Generation, but he got a lot of development in Deep Space Nine. Well, yeah, Samara, but they wrote it that way. They didn't have to have that happen. They set that situation up. You can't use the situation as an excuse when you decide what the situation is. I'm not used to my setup here still. I'm trying to move my hands around, and I'm not, like, my microphone's in a different place. It's weird. It's strange, guys. That's because Deep Space Nine is one of the best damn shows that has ever been made. Let's not talk about Discovery. Let's just not talk about it. Vandal Noir, I am not going to fight you over that, because for me, the Xindi arc of Enterprise is really good. And Commander Shran is one of my favorite characters in all of Star Trek. You can fight me over that. But in general, anybody played by Jeffrey Combs in Star Trek is a character that I like. I admit it, I like Weyoun. I don't know, sue me. I'm all about the Kardashians, too. Yeah, Garrick. I mean, Hathrir, if we're going to be comparing Star Trek characters, I feel like Deep Space Nine is almost cheating. Because you got Garrick, you got Odo, you got Quark. I mean, even, oh my god, there were so many good characters. So many good characters in Deep Space Nine. I'm even going to throw out Morn. I'm going to say Morn was a solid character. Dude didn't have one line. But we all know who Morn is. Okay, maybe not Morn. What do you mean even Gul Dukat? Especially Gul Dukat. Up until he became like a time demon? What the fuck happened to Dukat? What was that? That was weird. Best Trek ever, Galaxy Quest. You're gonna have to stop agreeing with me, Vandal Noir, if you want me to fight you. Almost likable for a while, and then literally became possessed by a space and time demon, and it all just went fucking crazy. You know what it was? It was the moment that his daughter dies. For Gul Dukat, it is the moment that, what's-his-name shoots his daughter, and that's a great moment for me, too. Because I wish I could remember the name of that character. He was the guy who then presided over the skeleton government for the Cardassians under the Dominion. But I remember that scene because he shoots her dead. And he looks at Dukat like, come on, let's go. Like, why are you mourning? She was a traitor. Of course we shot her. Like, what the hell else were we going to do? I mean, come on, man. Get with the program. And Dukat is just broken. I think that's a great scene. Damar, thank you very much, Roland. Yeah, that's a great moment. And yeah, that's the moment that Dukat broke. He was actually starting to come together before that. Alright, I'm not gonna get... we're 8 minutes into what should be the Storm Report because I'm bullshitting about Star Trek, you guys, but it's a good conversation, I gotta say. We should do some Star Trek shit on here. Are there Star Trek miniatures that I could paint? They have to exist, right? If they don't, I could 3D print them. Let's talk about that later. If there are Star Trek miniatures, somebody go into... Okay, if these things exist, go into my Discord and please post some links to some of them so that I can start to wrap my head around it. Because we could do some Star Trek on here. I haven't done anything Star Trek, and I fucking love Star Trek. But I think we should ask Kat what time it is.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorpate and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Isn't that such a nice break after hearing my voice for like multiple hours? Starships or dudes? Are there dudes? Because I'd love to paint individual characters, but we could just paint starships. I know that there's like that WizKids game, and you could repaint some starships. I could definitely print some starships and paint... Oh, shit. Okay, so there's that game coming out that was recommended to me that's a starship battle game that is... It's setting agnostic. We could do some Star Trek ships for that. That could be cool. How many ships did the Cardassians have? There's pretty much the Baylor-class cruise. A Billion Suns, yes, thank you. There's pretty much... Oh, hey, Aeon Drummond, good to see you. There's pretty much the Baylor-class cruiser. I don't remember what else they had. Baylor, Gaylor, whatever. They had the one cruiser that was really cool with that one big gun right in the front. 4-ish warships. I would do all 4. She won't let me give her money. I keep trying to give her money, and she tells me not to. It's fucking ridiculous. Guys, let's go to the Storm Report and see what you have been sharing. Starting off with JV11, our very own Nano Tanks. By the way, this new setup is so much better for me for doing the Storm Report. Being able to look here and see this and then look up at the camera and have the microphone here and not have to crank myself off to the side like a maniac. I'm liking this. I'm thinking this is going to be good. It's not hugely creative, but it is useful and cheap. Paint storage. This is very similar to the one I did for myself Nanotanks, was this... Oh, here's a funny sort of thing that I hadn't considered with my new setup. I can't see chat right now. Huh. Hang on a second. If I minimize this... Maybe I can have chat still showing. Aww. This is a challenge I had not considered. You were cranking yourself off to the side. There are things we don't share. Well, you know, it curves a little bit to the left, so what are you going to do? Everybody change seats. I can see chat right now. I'm trying to work out how I can see chat and also look at Discord. Let me see. If I minimize this and move it, then the window changes and becomes smaller, unfortunately. Alright, we're gonna roll with this smaller window for a little bit, and I apologize for this, but it will let me see what you guys are saying, and I will work out another system for next time. I think I can make it larger. Let's see. Yeah? Okay, that's better. I can work with this, because I can still see chat this way. Yeah, I was trying to move away from using a second screen, but I may have to pull up chat on, like, my phone, or something like that. You don't have 2 screens? I have 3 screens connected to the same computer. The problem is, this screen is here, and the other 2 are over there at my normal desk, where I sit when I work. I have 1 screen here at my paint station, so sue me. Don't sue me. I lack the funds to fight even frivolous lawsuits. Alright, now let's go ahead and actually take a look at what we're doing here. Here we have from Nanotanks. Oh, thank you very much. We have from Nanotanks paint rack, very similar to mine. Did you make this out of PVC, Nanotanks, if you're here? I'm curious. It appears, because that's a PVC cutter you got there. And some blue stuff. All in all, very nice work. I did mine similar to this. Instead of, I have a paint rack. I read paint track for some reason. I offset mine, each row so that they rest in the grooves, and I didn't do the sidewalls on it because I put it between 2 pre-existing steel ones. But this is the paint rack that's gotten me through quite a long time at this point. Nice work. Too poor to have enough screens to do his job. Time to get those Patreon donations going. If I had a Patreon, I mean, yeah, sure. If you want to donate money to get me a new screen, I'm not going to argue with you. Kursala, tree service left me a present today. Ooh boy, more shit to mill. Did you call them and say, just like, leave me any good cuttings you've got? It's a separate unit, so I can move it around. Oh, that's nice. You did a really good job on it, Nanotanks. I'll be interested to see what you eventually make out of those, Kursala. Mr. Buildy Builder Pants over here. SP Firestarter, good to see you posting again, man. It's almost done. Now I just need to wash it and touch some things up. And, you know, basing, I guess. That grain is looking real nice. I like what you've done with the orb. I'll be curious to see what basing you do on these guys. Gridlock Sis with a what? What's going? What is this? What is this madness? Gridlock Sis, thank you so much for that raid. You caught us right near the end. Right near the end of the stream, though not quite. You've still got a few minutes in us. Everybody coming over from Gridlock's stream, we are right now in the middle of a bit that we do on this stream known as the Storm Report, which is an audience share segment where people over the course of the stream post pictures of things that they've been working on, models that they've been painting, really anything creative that you're doing. And then at the end of the stream, we kind of go through it and we take a look at it. Renru, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. So right now we're taking a look at Gridlock says thank you so much for the raid. By the way, if I can ask, what brought you in? I don't think that we've seen you in here before. Yeah, no, it's looking really, really nice, Firestarter. I really like the green work that you've done on this, bringing it almost all the way up to a yellow on a few spots. Nice glow effect. I like what you've done in the ribs here, and it's a really cool looking side. Normally working and lurking. Well, thank you so much for bringing some folks over. Here we have some stuff from Steiner Miniatures. Thank you so much for doing that, Kat. I'm bad about asking for the shoutouts. I really am. From Steiner Miniatures, he's been working on this Asian-styled ogre for the last few times. We've had the pleasure of seeing it kind of get built up. Lots more facial details this time. Really nice work on the horns. I like how it fades from the brown out to the off-white. I got the eyes done, it looks like. That blue is still just so hot. So hot. Really, really nice. Look at that. Having seen this from when, yeah, nice toenail. The toenail, what can I say? The toenails popped out to me last time, and I felt the need to comment on them. Absolutely gridlock. Looks like you've done some more work on the belt and the shoulder now, bringing them up to more of a gold, less of just a plain old yellow. I'm really liking that. I'm liking this jeweling effect you've got going on these. I don't know what the hell these would be called. I mean, it's like a bandolier. I'm sure there's a name for whatever this is. I don't know what it is. Either way, really nice work on it. Cybran Knight, oh boy, I sure hope you all like the Quake, because there's more. Monk beads! I mean, that's what I would say. Are they actually called monk beads, Aeon? Like, is there no other name for them?
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. Interesting. I like that we have readouts for what these are all supposed to be this time. Quake R4 primary, light Gauss rifle, secondary LRM-10 small laser, machine gun X4. Look at that. Look at that big old Gauss gun. The R3 with a couple of ER large lasers. I really like this design of the laser that you got with the rail on the top and the bottom. It's very cool. Oh, see, here we can see the difference between the light Gauss and the heavy Gauss. And an MLAS over here, and a bunch of MGs all up in. Oh, I see. The machine guns, you got some on the side, too. And those come off and can be replaced by panels, if I'm not mistaken. Anal bead necklace. Yes, Puck Duncher is definitely correct on that one. He and Flavolicious. I'm certain that in Asian culture, they're like, oh yes, those are anal beads, of course. We wear them so that we can quickly pop them into our butthole. Why do I ask questions of this chat? I don't know why. And then the Quake D6 with the improved heavy Gauss rifle. You can tell it's improved because it has like an extra layer of magnetic acceleration. The MGs on the sides and the rear are specific to one printing, too small to swap. I was gonna say, they seem like those pieces are too small to swap out. But they look nice either way. I like the little ball turret worked in there. Oh god, so many Quake parts. So many Quake parts. Oh, Cybran is out of his mind. Japamala bead. Did you just look that up, Kat? If so, thank you. All the secondary plugs are now done. Speaking of plugs. Yes, anyway. Just 3 more main weapon plugs to go. 15 variants in all. That is a lot. That is a lot. Look at this shit. We got 4 styles of Gauss. We got a couple different versions of lasers and freaking racks and ultra ACs. We got the long tom. We got half a bajillion missile launchers and combinations of M and small lat. This is crazy. This is out. This is sick. Is what it is. What's the giant gun on the left? That's the long tom, I believe, White Wolf. So I have to run, but my final message to the chat: there is a YouTube channel called I Am Sophie. I'm not familiar with UU, but it sounds interesting. Watch it in order, and don't give up on it after the first episode. It is super worthwhile. Thank me later, guys. That is very presumptuous, Randall. Very presumptuous indeed. I may curse you for informing me. No, actually, thank you for letting me know. I have no idea what it is, but I'll check it out. Oh, that's an AC-20. The long time. Oh, I knew that there was a long time variant. This is the AC-20, and this is the UAC-20, if I'm not mistaken. Right next to it, yeah? And then we go down to AC-10 for this guy. Yeah, thanks for being here, Randall. And thanks for the recommendation. I could swear we saw the Long Tom on here, but maybe he just talked about it. And then we have Cat sharing a half of a rebuilt gate that's perfectly level. You can tell which half was rebuilt. It was definitely this one, because this one looks like shit and needs to come down, obviously. I keep telling him his AC-20s don't look big enough. No Long Tom for this one. Oh, okay, the Long Tom must have been a different model he was talking about, and that's why I got confused. Really nice looking work, Cat. Tell Fade Rats. Ooh. Okay, that's pretty hot. That's like handyman porn right there. Look at that. I admit this excites me a little bit. Look at that. Like, it's not perfectly level, but it's close enough that I'm willing to give this the excuse of saying maybe there's some imperfections in the surface of the particular... Why am I forgetting words? Like, really basic words. Board. Plank. Neither plank nor board are appropriate for what I'm trying to say. Piece of wood. For the wood. It's because I'm drinking wine and not beer. It doesn't make you moist. Not moist enough. I better lube up a little bit more. Oh, White Wolf, thank you for the reminder to hydrate. I like them short and fat. Reminded of Rick and Morty when Rick showed Morty what pure level looked like. It's exciting. It's exciting seeing the bubble right in the middle. What can I say? That bubble gets me going. Look at that. That is a nice looking gate. I assume that he's going to redo the rest of it. And just stop here. Yeah, beam, I guess. I feel like there's another word. Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe that's my problem, you guys. Really nice looking gate though, Cat. Thank you for sharing. Give Fade Rat my compliments. SP Firestarter with another shot of some Necron Overlord in action. I like these new cloaks that they've been giving them lately. These sort of intersecting woven metal cloaks. Not woven, but like interlocking blades, sort of. It's a really cool look. I haven't touched the Necron model since probably like 2004. So it's no surprise that I don't remember the name for a lot of the new stuff that they have. Cloak could use a wash. Yeah, it probably could. It could for Gatorung. You gave that a bit of a wash, particularly towards, like, here on his head. If you got, like, a little gradient coming out with a brown or sepia wash here, and then to pull out all the little crevices and everything. But it's a little hard to tell with the flash and everything. Almost like a cloak made like a tank tread. Yeah, it is. It's like you're wearing tank treads on your back. The Necrons are crazy. Firestarter, thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, pop a wash on that bad boy. I think you really like what it will do. More of Thunderhead's favorite stuff, MDF. It's ironic, because it's not. Working on one of the walls for that Wars... Here we go again. Warsenal. Warsenal. I hate that fucking word. Warsenal Cosmica Hab. The stuff up front, and various bits and bobs for the Global Evil Corp Quad Pod, aka Objective Room. I was about to say Adjective Room. For some reason, that's what I read. Look at all that. Look at all that fucking MDF. Just say Arsenal with a dub, but that's like Warsenal. But the word is war, not war. You can't just say war like that's a fucking word. What? Wars. Shit! That's the airlock panel, a bit into the directions. I was all, screw that. What do you use to bind your MDF? I can say war if I want to. Yeah, but nobody's gonna know what the hell you're talking about. We're gonna start a war! What are you, an orc? Do you use, like, white glue? White Wolf, out of curiosity? Gorilla wood glue. Okay, yeah. Wow. I would say it's your problem if you're not communicating effectively, Samara. MDF is assembled with tears and broken dreams, or as Cat would say, fack. I'm not even saying it right. I'm not pronounced because it's not fack. It's a fack. It's a fuck. I don't know. I'm not gonna do my cat impression. I think Error 2K is a plot to make me watch more ads. Most things, to be fair, Gridlock, are plots to make you watch more ads. I mean, that's not even a conspiracy. That's just marketing 101. Roland with... What am I... Okay, now this has colors that cause me to feel trepidation and caution when it relates to a Roland post. I'm only seeing a little bit of gelatin in here. What are these? What are these little bean-like objects? Roland, explain yourself. I would have had pictures of the painted stuff, but ran past the clock, so no pics of that white wolf. I hope to see him Sunday. I'm afraid that they're beans. Like, I didn't want to say those look like beans, but they appear to be beans? I don't find this I don't find this immediately repulsive. I find this intriguing. Like, I'm not sure if I would like this, but if someone put it in front of me, I would attempt to eat it. I'm gonna have to look this up. Candied adzuki beans. I don't know what that is, but, I mean, maybe it's good. I don't know. It's not immediately turning me off. There's not too much gelatin in it, so I'm gonna say, Roland, this is a win. This is a thumbs up. I'm gonna give you one of these for that one, man. Shaved ice, condensed milk, topped by gelatin, candied fruits, red bean paste, and ice cream. It actually sounds weirdly good. It's not ambrosia salad. They're the basis for the red bean pastry so popular in Japan. Okay, yeah, alright. Yeah, you get a thumbs up for that one, Roland. The colors are a little upsetting, but I think the ultimate content is a positive. Group shot of the angels, just like I asked for last time. Hathrier, thank you so much for dancing on my strings. He does what I tell him. Every time. No, really, but thank you for taking a nice group shot. Because they do look excellent together. I think they're most effective when they're in a group like this. I like the way you've marked the front and back arcs, and I dig the basing. It's simple, but it really works with their overall color palette. Don't call me that. Let's not do that. Love the gradient, love the monochrome on them. I think the guy that that commissioned you for these is going to be very happy. Work in progress landing pad. What are these? Are these files from the one that we got, Hathrier? I haven't dug that deep into it. Guy wanted simple, so that's what I did. I think that's effective. I'm not gonna read that out loud, Puck Dunchy. You can't make me. This is from the same set I thought it was. This is a nice looking kit. This landing pad. The Dragon's Rest one, yeah. I like how these arrows are worked into the corners. I like giant arrows that point where I should land my hovercraft. I think that's an effective design choice. Landing pad with ship. Oh, it's a big boy, isn't it? Yeah, that's real big. I didn't realize quite how big it was until we got that ship on there. Huge. It means the whole thing is only $99 from it. Really? It was only... all that's only $99, White Wolf? That's impressive. Yeah, the colors are real nice. He does have a lot of paint. He's just showing off. Don't encourage Hathrier. Datron Voltari, the dinner of champions. Avocados. Oh, look at that. We got guacamole and avocado skins over here. Half-pound jalapeno stuffed burger with bacon, Swiss, Roma tomatoes, and guacamole. Homemade, of course, because he's not a savage. On the side, we have more guacamole served up in avocado shells and store-bought tortilla chips because there are limits to his madness. Look at it. Look at it. You fucking people. Look at it. Stare into the eyes of avocado madness. I'm gonna have a nice long drink while you look at these avocados. That's too much. I'm drinking wine. I shouldn't have that much in one swallow. Oh, God. Ruined a perfectly good half-pound. No, it's nothing but enhanced it. I was born in the 70s, so I'd guess drugs. Lots and lots of drugs. What are you eating if this is what your vomit looks like, Cat? It sounds like you have a problem with a toxic waste diet. This looks fucking delicious. I'm gonna go buy some avocados right now, and I'm gonna eat them raw. That's what I'm gonna do. Datron, legitimately, that looks awesome. Thank you for sharing.
Ew, avocados. My name's Brigado.
And here we have from Roland. I love this. Is one of my favorite things, really, that Cyber Knight included with his kits is the middle finger hand. This is the Tyrant from Cyber Knight over at Metal Core Collectibles. Steel Core Why do I keep forgetting parts of the names? Metal Core Collectibles. Guys, if you are not... No, his real name is not Roland Bucktoucher. Metal Core Collectibles, yes, that is accurate. If you are not yet aware, Metal Core Collectibles is now selling through Steel Warrior Studios. A pretty cool studio, you know, run by an okay guy, a pretty alright guy, you know, he's okay. But they sell this stuff from this other guy, right? Goes by Thunderhead Studio, and it's nice stuff. It's really nice stuff. You might want to check it out. With a beard that rivals... Are you kidding me? His beard makes mine look like a fucking baby beard. Like, Flavolicious's beard makes my beard look like the sort... like a costume beard. It's ridiculous. Yeah, no, Flavolicious is like... It's ridiculous. I don't know if you guys have watched his stream. You definitely should. It is not a... But who the fuck are you calling... Your beard makes you look like an actual baby. So, you know, there. There we have it, Hethrir. Makes mine look like a soul patch. It does. I'm not even saying that your beard isn't longer than mine, Hethrir. I'm just saying it makes you look like a baby. How that works? I don't know. You know, I'm not being paid to explain it. I'm just saying what I see. His beard is bigger than mine. It's true. But I trim mine regularly. You're a baby. I got mine caught in a drill motor one time, and now I'm paranoid about it, okay? God. Yeah, when you changing your name, Flavolicious? What do we got here? Habanero Limeade. Who posted this? This is from Roland. Is this where you've been working, Roland? Habanero Limeade, mead with lime juice, habanero peppers, and cilantro. I don't hate the sound of that. Like, I don't know if this is gonna be good, but I would drink it. What? So, what the hell is wrong with you people? How did two people just say, ew, cilantro? Cilantro's amazing. Cilantro improves everything that it's... What's going on? What? Did I, like, stumble into the fucking Berenstain universe or something? No, cilantro is objectively delicious. Unless you're one of those people who has, like, the jacked up taste buds that make it taste like soap or something like that. Yeah, I'm aware of those Vergaderong. So yes, if you're one of those people, then I understand you don't like cilantro because your taste buds have rebelled against you and they make cilantro taste like, you know... Yeah, it tastes like soap, is what I hear. It doesn't taste like soap. No, White Wolf, there's something wrong with you. You are a mutant, is what you are. And you shouldn't foist your mutant lifestyle on the rest of us. In the apocalypse, your kind would be forced to live in your own weird city. And you'd have, like, trees growing out of your head, and we'd all be trading in bottle caps. And you'd be stealing us, normal people, and you'd be dunking us in vats of goo to make us also taste cilantro like soap. And you'd probably call yourself the master. Thinking of something very specific there, I think. Sweet, sour, and with a fruity heat that is rounded off by the acid of the lime. Roland, genuinely does sound delicious. Worst X-Man ever, Cilantro Soap Man. See, Puck Duncher doesn't even want to agree with me, but he does. That's how fucking serious this is. Ooh, Flavolicious. This is pretty interesting. Guys, check this out. You might recognize this building. It's from this guy. He makes some buildings for BattleTech. You might know him. Goes by Thunderhead Studio. Huh? Oh, the original file is. I didn't destroy it. I'm not going to take credit for destroying it. This is part of a deal that we have been working on. And by we, I mean pretty much it's Flavolicious is working on this. A deal with a guy to make destroyed versions of Trinity City. It's a project I keep meaning to get around to, but it keeps getting pushed to the back burner because I keep coming up with new ideas and new buildings that I want to work on. So we're outsourcing a little bit. This is not Greg the Salt Miners. No. Greg did a couple of buildings, but we didn't get too much traction on a full-scale project with Greg. Greg has a lot of projects that he's working on right now. We need to get some of them posted in the Discord. He actually just did some really, really cool bass inserts for A Song of Ice and Fire. But he's been working on his skills in... Yeah, he's like any... Yeah, exactly, White Wolf. He's like any of us that work on miniatures and that we're like, I'm going to do this whole project. But what we mean is I'm going to do the start of this project and then I'm immediately going to get distracted by like 12 other projects. Yeah, the floors are really, really nice. All in all, really good. Looks like it printed really nice, Flavolicious. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do with some of the other structures. I like this in particular, these beams in the side where it looks like it's been worn away. That's really effective. I can't wait to see the first person who does a ruined version of Trinity City. I'm gonna feel bad seeing Trinity all messed up. I feel like I live there at this point. Really, really nice stuff. I look forward to seeing what else we can get. Aeon over here. First mech off the printer. Had some stringing issues I think I resolved now. For FDM, that's pretty good. That's pretty solid. That's not a bad print at all. This is, I mean, the first few prints that I did were of lower quality than this. Really nice work, Aeon. Toss some filler primer on that and see how it does. And the second Vindicator from the Ministry of Funny Walks in MechWarrior Dark Age scale. And I see that you've read up on it. You're doing them at the proper orientation. I have to ask, are you using support interfacing? Because if you're not, you should be. Yeah, I agree. Now, some of that rubble on the ground and floors, Vergaderung, I feel like is almost best done by just a traditional gluing down of some sand and little bits of rock. It almost doesn't make sense to do details like that in FDM, but just leave some spaces to throw down some glue and sprinkle a little bit of sand, because you can get a much better texture that way. Have some files for scaffolding and a tower crane, so I want to print those to add to a destroyed building like that. That could be pretty cool, so it looks more like it's being repaired. Really nice work, Aeon. Thank you. Haven't figured out how to turn that on yet in Cura. Been looking for it. Support interfacing? I can't remember what header it's under. But, yeah, you need to tune it a little bit, too, because the first time you do support interfacing, it's just going to bind with your model. So pick something that's fast and easy to print, and do a few different support interface models, and change your vertical, your Z gap. Increase it a little bit each time until you get to just the right point where your model pops right off. For me, it was 0.35. Gear Falcon. What have we got here, Gear Falcon? Oh, this is that print that you showed us, but with some actual paint on it. I liken the green glow from underneath the armor plates. That is cool. That is really, really cool. I feel like you could push it a little bit further, but obviously you're far from done with this model. But the effect is very neat. Yeah, I want to see some more of this. I would say push that effect a little bit further if you're not planning on doing that already. Really nice gear. Here from Samare, you mentioned that the speeder bike you're painting is the first piece you designed, at least in part, and painted on stream, so, well, you inspired me to go back and look for these. Well, they're ancient history now. These are from way back in the day when I tried my hand at 3D modeling, 2003. Designed the Starfighter carrier and 2 separate Starfighter designs from scratch. Sadly didn't do a hell of a lot more than that. Just never got back to it. Isn't that the story of our lives, though? There's so many projects that are like, I was gonna do everything. I was gonna change the world. I was gonna be the next George Lucas. I had a story in mind. I was gonna make a whole series. I just never got back to it. God damn. Too many projects. Too many projects, I'm telling you. digging the carrier, though. Very cool. It looks like 2003. Like, I don't want you to take that as a negative. I'm just saying, this reminds me so much of 2003. That's pretty cool with the lasers. Sort of ragged effect you have going on there. The Trinity and Victory open fire. Very nice. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Samare, particularly considering how far you've come. Yeah, very Wing Commander. Flavolicious, you take it easy. Thank you so much for being here, man, and thank you for sharing that little peek at some upcoming products that we're gonna have. And by we, I mean you're gonna have on Steel Warrior Studios. Kursala finished up my autocannons, purple for standard, pink for LBX. It's pink. It's pink. There's nothing wrong with being pink. Some of the coolest things in the world are pink. That's pretty nice. I like these struts. Because I look at these and what I see the barrel coming back with the recoil. I see it collapsing in on itself and then coming back into place. That's really cool. It didn't look pink on my other monitor. I like the nice lavender that you have. You have the rest of these in. That's very nice as well. I really like the hexagonal barrel cutouts and the overall shape of the barrel in this one. That's what she said. Really very cool, Kursala. I'm looking forward to seeing these on some mechs and or vehicles. Painted Ogre diving back into my 15mm gaming project, Zen Trade Fleet Warrior Monks. Interesting. Are you making your own game, Painted Ogre? They're Septagons. Are they really? I can't see them close enough. I assumed hexagon because the 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, because the main barrel is a hexagon, but these are Septagons? You don't see those very often. No, it's from Ion Age. Okay, I gotcha. I mean, I'm never going to complain about yellow paint jobs, particularly good-looking ones. I'm, in my heart, I'm an Imperial Fists guy. And yellow paint jobs get me going, you know? From Alternative Armies. I'm not familiar with the line. I like how they have these, what are these called? They're like an Egyptian weapon. There's a name for them. It's not Kopesh. It's something. But I can't remember the name of it. But I like the weapon style. Double spade, you know, that works. Let's just say double spades. I'm down with that. Really, I'm fine with that. Nice yellow, good shading, digging the blue. I hope to see these guys a little bit further along, Painted Ogre. My first ever attempt at an animation, again from back in 2003, after just about a month of tinkering with Lightwave. Just did it without any real input for kicks. It was neat to see a few people's reactions when they realized what I'd done with the camera, namely because I didn't think anything of it. I just did what I thought felt natural. I can't read today. I don't know what's wrong with my brain. It is somewhat painfully low resolution, sad to say. Only about 6 seconds long. You may want to not blow this up for the stream, at least for 1 or 2 playthroughs. Just keep in the preview window, though. You may want to blow it up once, just so you can see for yourself. Interesting. Is it going to be like just like a dick, just boom, right in the camera? Is that what we're about to do? I hope not. Vroom. That's actually very cool. I am going to blow it up. You're going to have to deal with that. Zoom. Oh, I like the camera work on that. I like how it's got a little bit of a wobble to it, as if you're actually moving that. What the heck? 51 Shades, Chapter 1. What could that be? Is it Chinese? Are those weapons Chinese? Did I just completely misrepresent what area of the world those are even from? God, I feel... Yeah, the camera work is very B5. That's what I was kind of getting from it, Roland. Like those shots you'd get of the fighters coming out of the wormhole. You know? I don't know about this, you guys. I don't know how I feel about this. Just a monk's spade. Yeah, I'm just, you know, I don't know why I thought Egyptian. I was thinking of like those curved swords, I think. Alright, let's see what we've got. Is my desktop audio turned on? It is. Let's see. Let's see what happens here.
Welcome to 51 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 1. Avocados are terrible. That is all.
I hate this book. It doesn't have the panache of the original. And you know, sequels are usually weaker than the originals. And I have to say, this is, you know, I used to be a big fan of Chaotic Harmony's work, but ever since he went commercial, it's just downhill. Just terribly downhill. Very disappointing, all in all. Unless, of course, by terrible, he means terribly delicious, which I suppose is possible. I will fight the whole world. Gear Falcon, dude, we'll be back to back. Like Batman and Robin, dude. We'll fight them all. We'll take each and every one of them down. You, Chaotic Harmony, you want to come at us? You want to come at me and Gear Falcon? Put him up, man. I'll fucking take that wizard, and I'll put it deep. Deep in a paint pot you haven't opened in a long time. Alright? I'm gonna drink my tea. Jesus. I can't even believe. The other day I was talking about how proud I was of the community that we built as part of the stream and in the Discord. And I was talking you guys up. You know, I was like, they're so cool, and they have such good taste, and they're so supportive, and they're so wonderful. And then you go and you do something like this, and it all just comes crashing down. Oh yeah, absolutely, your wizard. I hope you're proud of him. You're gonna be proud of where he winds up. Mm-hmm. I love you anyway, Chaotic. It's okay. Sentient pickle sharing a sentient sandwich. That looks fucking delicious. This is what you were talking about earlier. Yeah? This is provolone and some of that beef that you were talking about? Ooh. Even that bread looks good. Is that a homemade loaf? Is that a homemade loaf or just a gourmet loaf? I'm curious. Like, I feel like I can taste this picture. Don't sully this with your pepper jack. Yeah, it looks homemade. Sentient pickle, that looks fucking delicious. Let Girl Geek knows that when she inevitably gets tired of you, I will welcome her with open arms and an open mouth. That doesn't sound good. I meant that to sound like I would eat any sandwiches that she made, but that's not what it sounded like. It's food. I'm talking about food. That's definitely what I'm talking about. I want to eat the sandwiches that she made. Just, you know what? Let's just move on. Because that I didn't. Yeah, yeah. Can we just? Yeah? Okay. Needs banana pepper. Most things need banana peppers, to be fair. Yeah. Oh, sauteed jalapenos and onions. Oh, shit. Okay, Hethra, you're not entirely full of bad ideas. I'll give you that. Kursala with some... Here's some of the new weapons mounted onto my in-progress tank. Wasn't I just saying that I wanted to see this? It's like you read my damn mind. Those do look pretty cool, mounted in place. I like how we got the smaller versions up here on the sort of axial weapons. Yeah. I'm digging this design. I can't wait to see you get some of these actually printed up, Kursala. These are some damn fine tank designs. I'd pay money for these. Very nice. And Vergatarung, who got the Hunchy done, just gotta decide what number to give it. 69! Right? No? Am I wrong? Okay, fine. Really nice job on it. I always love your Merrick Militia colors, man, though. I like how you've gone bigger with the eagle on this one. That really seems appropriate for the chest panel that you picked to do it on. Number 5 is alive. Yeah, give him a big 5. Old Hunchy 5. You've done a really good job on the reds and the blues on this one. I feel like you're putting a little bit more time into highlighting your reds and your blues than you were when you first started doing the Merrick Militia. But maybe I'm just seeing it more in this one. Either way, really nice job for Captain Sparkle Shoulder. Look at that. That eagle looks really nice. Samare makes a good point. 6 medium lasers and a hunchback, so 666 seems kind of appropriate. The hunch of the beast, am I right? I could see that working. The group shots of Vergaderung's Merrick Militia are some of the most impressive group shots of mechs like I've ever seen. They're really, really nice. Funny you should mention that you'd pay for this one. I'm thinking of selling it. You know some people who run some online stores, Kursala. It would make a oh, it's a 2-digit. Well, just do 66 then. And then, you know what you do? You do the big official numbers, 66, and then down on the corner of it, as if somebody scrawled with like a paintbrush, like a 6mm guy scrawled an extra 6, like he wrote it on there. Right? Like the pilot did it. It would make a great addition to the overall lineup, Kursala. Yeah, 66.6, that could work too. 66 and a 6th, right? Is it really Samare? That's pretty cool. And that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report. This new angle is interesting. It's like, okay, so this is the first time I've really, over the course of this entire stream, had the new angle like right up in my face in a big way. It's kind of works. I didn't realize how bright my photo tent was behind me. I should have turned those lights off back there. That's probably been distracting. Light tent looks like a big smiley face. Well, I just wiped the smile right off that damn face, didn't I? I feel pretty good about where we wound up with the bike today. I'm probably going to put in some more work late tonight when I inevitably can't sleep, getting the other one together. I'll get some pictures of these guys posted. We're going to have some more Battletech next week. I don't know if... what am I doing Sunday? We're going to be back Sunday, June the 28th. I had something in mind for it. I've got it written down someplace. I don't want to say it right now without remembering what I decided. Actually added a nice ambiance back there. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. It could have been heavy gear. I wrote it down. I decided something, so I don't want to change my commitment at this point until I remember what the hell it was that I decided. It could have been heavy gear. This is why I need to make more lists. I read that, like, downslide. I just read that, like, you, sir, and then rock, like you're pointing to a rock. Like, you, sir, rock. Right? Is that how you meant it? I hope that was. Heavy gear would be nice. Maybe we'll do some heavy gear. Whatever it is I'm doing, it can't be that important. Why don't we do some heavy gear? Why don't we do some heavy gear? I'm asking you guys, why don't we? You know, give me a reason. So Sunday, let's paint some gears. I need to get some gears done, after all. Let's take a look at who's streaming right now. I think you should paint Cat's Locust. I really should. That's not a bad idea. If I could, in the next week, knock out 2 of the Storm Chaser Redemptions, that would actually be pretty good. And the Locust is fairly low commitment. They're small. They're little guys. Little itty bitty. Let's see who's doing what, shall we? I like this song. Oh, hey, Steiner Miniatures is going. We haven't rated Steiner in, like, over a week. He's in my list! I clicked Raid Channel, and he's in my list. That's never happened before. You guys want some Battletech, you're about to get some. How's O'Coral's Annihilator going? It's sitting over there, and it's very green. I'm giving it a couple of washes to tone it down from the Gatorade mech that it admittedly... as soon as he said that, I'm like, it is a little Gatorade green, isn't it? Alright, we're gonna get this raid started, heading over to Steiner Miniatures to check out some Battletech painting. Guys! Locusts and Gentlemechs, thank you to everybody for being here today. This has been a great stream. I had a lot of fun. It's been exciting painting some of my own miniatures. We're gonna have some more of that going on over the next few weeks because I've got these sentry droids that I made. I'm working on an AP5 for Star Wars, who you might know if you've watched Star Wars Rebels. He was like their analog for C-3PO. So I'm doing Chopper and AP5. I think that's going to be a good time. I'm going to try to make a lot of the next few Star Wars minis I paint be mine. Ones that I actually made. I'm trying to make more human-sized figures. Anyway, thank you to everybody who came out today. Thank you to everybody for the follows. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the raid earlier on, Gridlock. I really appreciate that. Kat, thank you for being here. Dark Fox, thank you for being here even through your headache. It's been a great stream. I will see you all Sunday for some heavy gear painting. Until then, y'all keep on painting and you have fun at Steiner Miniatures. I'll see you later.